we're live. Thank you. He's just got to bring Red Wing on.
We have to get Andrews on. I think I'll go ahead and follow.
There we go.
Andrews here, yeah.
Good.
All right, the time being approximately 11:20 a.m., I'm going to call the December 3rd, 2024 meeting of the Minnesota Supervisory Release Board to order and begin with a roll call of members. Member Christine Bray. Here. Member Andrew Larson.
Here.
Member Cheryl Ramstad.
Here.
And we also have the juvenile expert member, Don Struford.
Here.
And we will have Jody Nelson joining us after a bit. We will be starting with cases where it will be the four base members of the board, as these cases were not, this initial case is not a case that it relates to a juvenile who is certified as an adult. So with that, as soon as we get the facility on board here, we can begin.
Good morning.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Supervisory Release Board. We're here today to review Dodd, who is present by video at the Minnesota Department of Corrections facility in Red Wing. Mr. Dodd also has his mentor and advocate, Mr. Russell Ballinger, present with him at the facility. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervisory Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with board members Christine Bray, member Andrew Larson, member Cheryl Ramstad, and currently we also have expert juvenile member Don Struford here with us as well. Our records indicate that on April 25th of 1995, two men, Michael Coleman and Gil Uprumsky, were found dead in the underground parking garage at Lord Fletcher Apartments in Spring Park, Hennepin County, Minnesota. The investigation revealed that Barry Dodd shot and killed the two victims. On June 13th of 1996, Barry Milton Dodd was sentenced to life imprisonment by Hennepin County District Court after having been found guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder. The court sentenced these counts to be served concurrent to each other. Mr. Dodd was originally reviewed by the Commissioner of Corrections and in his advisory panel on June 14th of 2022. He was continued for a future review in 30 months. On February 21st of 2023, Mr. Dodd was allowed the opportunity to move to minimum custody at the correctional facility in Red Wing. Today's review by the board represents Mr. Dodd's second review after serving approximately 29 and a half years of incarceration. His minimum parole eligibility date will occur on June 3rd of 2025. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner.
Good afternoon. We will start today with hearing from family members of victims in this case. And I'm going to turn first to make sure I have the right order here. Who will be going first? Which?
I will be.
Okay. Just want to introduce yourself for the record and to begin when you're ready.
Can you speak up? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you have to speak
I'm
pretty.
Sakal Bakrinsky-Kaner, Gil's sister.
Okay.
I have something that I wrote that I want to read. April 25th, 1995, my brother Gil was brutally murdered. I'll never forget that day when my father called me at work and could barely get the words out. Gilly is gone. I kept asking, what do you mean? What do you mean? In disbelief, I dropped the phone and fell to the ground inconsolable. Hearing these words from my father is the absolute worst words I would ever hear and haunt me for my entire life. My nights were sleepless, my days became tiresome, my complex PTSD became alive. My mental health declined for many, many years. My world became a living hell. This horrific crime not only took my brother Gil, it desecrated my family. I will be forever traumatized. The permanent picture in my mind and heart of his last moments will never leave me. For the past 30 years, I've suffered with PTSD, nightmares, fears, grief, anger, depression, anxiety, and isolation. Every day feels empty. Gil was my only sibling and my best friend, my protector who was always making sure I was okay. Now he's my guardian angel. No words will ever describe what my brother meant to me. Having a sibling, your only sibling, murdered changes you. It changes you so deeply, so permanently. It changes your soul. Every outlook on life, every fiber of your existence is molded into something unrecognizable that you can't escape. I feel like I've lived two lives, the one before this and who I am now. I have guilt that never stops. I'm always on edge. My children were robbed of having a loving uncle. Gil never got to have children. I never got to be an aunt. My children only knew him from what I'm able to talk about in pictures. Gil will be forever 20 years old. My mother, may she rest in peace. My beautiful mother could no longer bear the pain of losing my brother, her only son, and finally succumbed by taking her own life 13 years ago, leaving me a note. My life and my children's will never be the same. Not only have I lost my brother from this heinous crime, I lost my mother. No words today are mine and my mother's. My family and I live in hell, and we will for the rest of our lives. Barry Dodd is a psychopath. I have never wished death upon a person until now. It makes me sick to my stomach to have the thought, but I've had it 1,000 times and over. Although death would be too easy of a sentence for him, he has no value in this world and no right to ever be free. Concurrent sentences is not what my brother deserved due to a plea bargain. He took 2 lives. Barry was convicted and pled guilty to 2 counts of first-degree premeditated murder. My brother deserves more justice than this. My family and I live in hell and will for the rest of our lives. So should the coward that forced us into this. He looked my brother in the face and shot him, then shot him again in the back of the head when on the ground. He's a monster. I beg you to please bring some peace to my family. He's a cold-blooded murderer, and he's where he belongs, serving a sentence until he's 6 feet under. We will always love and miss you, Gil. You're my angel.
The next is who's going to be next?
Yeah. We do have the father of Gil. He was going to be joining virtually, and I'm not sure if he had any technical difficulties joining. So if he joins,
Okay,
we
we
would
can-
like to
yeah,
prepare
connect.
his
Okay.
statement as well.
If you want to just introduce yourself and then you can begin whenever you're ready.
My name is Pamela Coleman. I was Mike Coleman's little sister. And these are my two daughters, Ashlyn James and Raquel James. Good afternoon. My name is Pamela Coleman. I am Mike's baby sister. Ever since I knew of this court hearing was going to take place, I have been trying to put words and thoughts onto paper. I have so many emotions that I cannot even begin to express. I have spent so many years trying to cope. To cope with my life from the tragic decision that you made, which affected not only me, but my whole entire family, even my own children before they were even born. I was only 22 years old when my life was flipped upside down. I needed my brother. We had so many more memories that were meant to be made. We had so many plans for the future, for our new family, for his family. He had a son who needed him. We needed him. I needed him. And it was gone. I have been asked many times if I could forgive. I am totally unsure what the future holds, but at this time right now, that is not me. I cannot. I have read the apology letters that he wrote to my father, my mother, and myself, and I feel angry. And before, I angrier than before. They were totally scripted. I feel there was no remorse from Barry. They all started the same, and there was no feeling. I feel like he just wrote those as a checklist to check off a box for something that he had to do. My father never even got to read it because he was already gone. Barry was someone who we took into our home, him and his twin sister. They were friends. Barry even moved into me when I got with my brother when I got my first apartment. He was supposed to have been a friend to my brother and to Gil. So I thought his decision and plan, it impacted everyone. My mother and my father were never the same. The loss of a child is such a horrific way. In such a horrific way is something that you should never have to get over. I have had so much pain and sorrow to deal with that the only way I have been able to cope is to block most of my young adult life out. I have had to raise my family and tell them stories about their uncle, well as the loss of their grandfather. I know the loss of Mike contributed to the death of my father. He was unable to cope well and used substances as a way to deal, which progressed his condition. I know Barry has done his time, but I feel that serving the two consecutive terms at the same time is not fair to me or my family. He has completed college and many degrees, and all that was taken away from my brother. He never had a chance to do any of that. He never had a chance to be a father. He never got a chance to be an uncle. He never got a chance to be a brother. All of it was stripped away from me. I stand here with my family for support. No matter what the court's decision, I will not feel comfortable or safe knowing Barry is free.
Thank you. And for the record, we received photographs that you provided, and thank you for that. Just helpful to be able to see your brother, and so we're thankful for that. And to you and for all of them, we're sorry for your loss. Thank you. And then
So Ashlyn is also going to be prepared.
okay, all right, I'm sorry.
My name is Ashlyn James. I'm Michael Coleman's niece. Good evening, my name is Ashlyn James, and I'm Pamela's daughter. But today I don't stand here speaking as Pam's daughter. Today I stand in front of you speaking as Michael's niece. Sadly, I'm a niece he didn't get the chance to hold, or to hug, or even get the chance to smile at. He's only gotten to watch my life even start from heaven. I grew up living as a child with nothing but stories and photos. I had no time or any moments to enjoy or embrace my uncle. I had to imagine him and imagine the person he could have been or would have been, the uncle that he would be. I'll never get to know that side of him, nor will I get to truly embrace the feeling of being an uncle. Watching his nieces and nephews take their first steps, seeing us in the hospital being born, babysitting us, or even hearing us call him uncle. He was stripped of it all. He was not just taken from his nieces and his nephews, he was taken from his son while he was still a baby. I can speak about how my uncle's death impacted our family, but now I speak about how it impacted me, his niece. My mother always sheltered me from what you did. She didn't want me to know because she knew it would break my heart. I always questioned, wait, so why isn't my uncle here? You keep talking about a brother, but where is he? Until I got old enough. I'll never forget being in the same town you took my uncle's life, and my body burned with anger and pain. This is the town you took him from my mom and my grandparents. This is the town you took him from his family. This is the town you took him from me and my siblings. This is the town you took him from the ability to be Uncle Mike or Dad. You took his smile, you took his laugh, you took every part of him I'll never get to know. My grandparents had to bury their own son. My mom had to bury her only brother. Me and my siblings never got to make any memories with our uncle. You ever heard the song Dear Mama by Tupac? That was the song that played last in my uncle's vehicle. I wasn't even alive, but I can tell you how I know. I know this because my grandma kept the tape, and she told me that that was the song my uncle always played, and my mom can't even listen to that song to this day. And for me, I can't listen to it without thinking of my uncle. The thought of the song being played as my uncle goes 6 feet under below Earth's surface forever, and I missed the opportunity to say I love you, let alone goodbye. My uncle didn't see me walk the stage at my graduation. He didn't get to see me succeed in sports, or he didn't get to help my mom drop me off at college. Those are the only things I've already done in life that he's missed. The list only expands for myself and the rest of our family on what he won't see. And it's not just what he won't get to be a part of for me, it's what he won't get to be a part of for my mom, my cousin, his own son, my sister, or my little brothers, or the kids that any of us have. Since you took my uncle, you stripped all of us of the ability to make memories, have a Christmas, have a Thanksgiving. My mom now stands as the last person in her family. No brother, no mother, no father, because the choice you made that night. A parent is never supposed to bury their child. It's supposed to be the other way around, but you didn't think that way. And the way you thought that night, what you did, it didn't just change my grandparents forever. It changed my mother, and it changed the way my life was going to be. I didn't have a childhood with my uncle. I had a childhood of my mother storing away pain and trying to remain strong as her children always asked questions of our uncle and what type of man he was. My mom trying to tell us stories of him so we never forget him, which feeling the ache of her brother she once had but will never have again.
Thank you. Anyone else?
He's on now.
Okay. All right.
I cannot, you can come down here, I cannot do nothing.
Okay. Can you hear us, sir?
Just
Sir, can you hear us?
yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Thank you for joining us today. We understand you want to make or provide a statement to the board.
Yes, something happened here. Right, hold on for a second. Something popped up on my computer here. I don't know what it is.
Okay, we can see you. I don't know if you can see us or not.
I can't right now. There's something here. Hold on for a second. Now I can see you.
Okay, good. Well, sir, thank you for joining us today. If you would like to start by just introducing yourself, and then you can provide whatever input you'd like to the board.
My name is Moshe Bukrinsky. I'm 86 years old. I'm the father of the murdered, my son, Gil Bukrinsky. I wrote a lot. I don't know if I can start reading to the limited time that I have or so. But I'll tell you that much. I'm attending here a hearing with a heartbreak. My heart is broken for 30 years. So is my daughter, so is my family. The only son I had was killed by a vicious murderer that sits over there. And the board is contemplating releasing him from jail. Why? In other states, true crime of first degree, intended murder, carry the death penalty. In Minnesota, 60 years. Well, after 30 years for this indeed. You know, my son Gil was killed, was murdered. I received a life sentence. So did my daughter, so did his mom. We don't have no parole. I'll die with no parole. And so is the rest of my family. I've been a walking dead man for 30 years almost. My son's mom ended her life tragically in 2011. She could not bear the pain anymore of losing her son. My daughter Sigal's life has been shattered forever. She and my son Gil are only 16 months apart and they grew up like twins. My son was a great kid. Had a great future for him. Had great dreams and aspirations. Got everything going for him. Being at the wrong time in the wrong place, he lost his life. How and why? There is no reason for it. Me, 86 years old, I did not have a life. I don't have a life. I never have a life again. Same thing I said to my daughter. I got 3 grandkids. They know their uncle by name and picture that we talk about him. Why? Why? Why would the board contemplating releasing a murderer? Because he got certificates, he got free education. My grandkids cannot get free education. Going to college, get certificates, starting life free also. We are condemned. We are alive, but we're condemned to death. Does anybody ever can understand? I don't want you to understand. I don't want anybody to even feel anything like it. 24/7, 30 years. I don't sleep. When I drive, when I go, I pretend. And I tell people that I'm okay. I'm not okay. I'll never be okay. I miss my son 24/7. I don't know if you can see the picture here. This is my son, Gil. At age 19. He was 21. I say that it's the same thing. This is the guy that you see he's sitting over there, and her brother Gil. This is me and Gil, and Gil was 19. Our home. This is who this murderer killed. The light of my life. Luckily, I had this one picture. He never liked to take pictures. At age 19, I almost forced him to go with me to take a nice picture. So this is all I got to take a look at for 30 years. This is all I got to take a look at. My son Gil will never marry. He'll never have children. Never have grandchildren. I am a Levite, descended from the tribe of Moses and Aaron. Our heritage handed down for thousands of years from father to son. My son Gil was the last one in my family, the last Levi in my family. With him dead, our bloodline, Levi bloodline, is being cut off and died too. What can I tell you, board? What can I tell the public? You're contemplating releasing a murderer. A killer is a killer. A killer and a murderer, once someone took life of someone else, intentionally, there's no rehabilitation. It's a fallacy. There's no going back to society. My blood is boiling by the idea that a murderer will be freely in the open sun and I'm imprisoned until I die. My daughter is in prison, life sentence till he dies. The entire family is in prison until we all die. Everything I wrote down here, how can I tell you in 2, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, what we went through in 30 years, 24/7? It's beyond comprehension, the pain, the agony, the grief, and the sadness. Do you understand when you cannot function normally like a normal human being, like an average human being, because you're handicapped by pain and grief and salt, and your head is all messed up? Why my son was killed when he was not even 21? Why? Why the board wants to release him? Why? Because Minnesota liberals? The judge gave him 2 life sentences. At least he would have given me consecutive, not concurrent. At least you're dying in prison. I'm dying in the open sun, in the open world. I've died with my grief and my pain. Somebody, a murderer goes out over there and starts a new life? I object vehemently with every cell in my body to the release of this murderer to open society. I want him to stay in prison forever. I want him to die in prison, not to see the sunlight again. Don't need to read that without written over there anymore. I got it in my heart for 30 years. Every second of the day, 24/7. When I drive, when I talk to people, my son is before my eyes. I don't have tears anymore to cry. My eyes are dried anymore. For years and years and years, I couldn't stop crying. I lived in the cemetery for almost 5, 6 years. I used to go over there and spend hours. Sometimes I'll go midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, sit by my son's grave. For many years, every year, I grew up with flowers over there. I tend the cemetery and water the flowers. Now I'm in Florida, I cannot do that even. All I got left, I got pictures, tons of pictures. And I got pictures of the monument, and I got pictures of the flowers. It's all I have. It's all I got left in my life, and I'm 86. For me, there is no guarantee for the next 5 minutes how my life is going to go. But I can tell you, I've been living a life which was a hell. I've been living hell. Someone sent me to hell. I'm innocent. What did I do? What did my son do? I was sent to hell. I don't have a life. We don't have a life. We'll never have a life. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Again, I'm sorry for your loss. Horrible. Lose a son and then your wife. Sorry. Thank you for being here. We just want to start by introducing yourself and then you can begin when you're ready.
My name is Brendan Wind. I am Michael Coleman's son. Prepared something to read to the parole board today and to everybody else who's here to listen. When I was 2 years old, Barry Dodd murdered my father. He stalked him, following him with time to think about how he's going to murder, to think about the repercussions he could face, and to think about the effects his decisions would have on both Mike and Gil's lives. He then followed them into a parking garage, placed them on their knees, and shot them. I was lucky. I grew up in a loving home. I grew up with a loving mother and was even lucky enough to grow up with a loving father. But I also grew up with a mother battling PTSD, a mother dealing with nearly insurmountable grief, a mother with lifelong anxiety, a mother who held me tight to make sure I would never be involved with someone like Barry Dodd. I grew up with a mother who was forced to see the worst society has to offer just as she was beginning adulthood. I was lucky. I grew up in a home with loving parents who made me into the man I am today. Barry did not give me that. My mother did. Melissa Wind gave me that. My father did. Scott Armitage gave me that. I grew up with a teenage mother who defeated all the odds, who had a pure tenacity, resiliency, and sheer will, raised me in a good neighborhood, in a good school, and raised me with a good moral compass. What Barry did is take away my ability to know who my father was. He took away what would become of him. He took away my ability to know what kind of person I would have become if I would have had him in my life. He took away someone my mother loved and held dear. And what he did was take away my mother's sense of safety and her security. And for that, I will never forgive him. Barry Dodd murdered two men with entire lives ahead of them. Two men who had parents and friends and loved ones and children. Releasing Barry is an unnecessary risk to the public. A man who can kill two people who considered him a friend in such a predetermined and brutal way is not a man who should ever be trusted again with his freedom. Thank you, everybody, for taking the time to hear me and my mother out. And thank you for what you do. Please take what we say seriously when you consider Barry's parole.
Thank you, and thank you for the work you do as well. So we appreciate that.
Thank you. All right, I understand. I am Melissa Wynn. I'm Brennan's mother and was Mike Coleman's girlfriend at the time he was murdered. Thank you for the chance to talk with you today and allowing our voices to hopefully impact your decision. When I searched for the words to tell you how this crime changed my life, I struggled because the honest truth is it changed everything. This crime, the weight of this loss is woven into every fiber of who I am, and I cannot untangle the two. The effects of this violence are physical, emotional, lifelong, and generational. There's not a day that's passed in 30 years that I have not thought of the brutality that created what are these defining bookmarks in my life. There is before this murder and there is after this murder. The trauma is as much my strength as it is my weakness, and it is impossible to quantify how it changed the trajectory of my life and my son's life. The last time the parole board met, I talked quite a bit about Mike and what his life might have become, about the joys he missed out on and the dreams he had and what kind of person he was and what kind of person he might have become. I talked about Brendan and what Mike missed out on, never knowing how absolutely amazing this kid is. Today, again, we've heard from everyone who have talked about our loved ones, and it is clear by the tears and the passion in this room that the impact of this crime is immense and ongoing. That's as undeniable today as it was the last time we opened these wounds for a hearing and the board voted to continue towards Barry Dodd's progression for parole. So instead of reaffirming all of that and what I've said in the past, I want to use my time today to talk a little bit about justice. The idea of justice, at least grammatically, is getting what you deserve, which is vague. So this idea that you could ever possibly held fully accountable for a crime like this is naive, and wishing that you could take something back doesn't make it so. Although I like to think that I'm pro-justice, and I absolutely believe that justice should be both reformative and constructive, I think everyone is entitled to fair, kind, and humane treatment, including those who have committed the very worst crimes like premeditated double homicide. But justice should also be fair and humane for those of us on the other side of the prison walls. We, all of us, deserve protection from repeat offenders who've shown themselves capable of actively hunting and executing two people. We've been given information about Barry's record in prison, and it seems that prison is the right place for Barry Dodd. He's found a way to live a life where he is not hurting others and where he himself has found areas of growth. To look at Barry Dodd's record as an inmate without weighing his record as a citizen is incredibly short-sighted. Doing well in a captive environment is not the same as doing well as a free member of society. Barry Dodd had a long criminal record before April 25th, 1995. His violent tendencies were well known and documented in police records. He received his GED in prison in 1992. All the way back then, he showed his potential to thrive in a very limited environment. And still, when he returned to society, he executed 2 young men. Not everyone is equally equipped to live outside of a structured environment of prison. For some inmates, prison provides stability, access to necessary resources, and the boundaries they need to control and contain them. I have a few examples for you, in addition to Barry Dodd. Jeffrey Dahmer was known for being compliant and cooperative during his time in prison. Famed Manson family member Tex Watson became a devout Christian in prison, earning a bachelor's degree and later becoming a minister, and has been described as a model prisoner. While at Alcatraz, Al Capone was reported to be a model prisoner. He focused on playing music in the prison band and avoided trouble. John Gotti, the leader of the Gambino crime family, was convicted of numerous crimes, including murder. While at Marion Federal Penitentiary, he reportedly adhered to the rules and maintained a low profile compared to the person he was outside of prison. There's nothing outside of Barry Dodd's history outside of prison that shows he's capable of living a free life. If you wouldn't be comfortable with Barry Dodd as your neighbor, please don't make him someone else's problem. Don't subject your family, our families, or any other families to what we have been through. I plead with you to keep this sociopath in jail.
Thank you. Appreciate you and appreciate all of you being here today and to provide input. We're grateful for it, but it's already a gift for all. Okay. For the record, there is also some written information that was provided to the board by others that is included in the packet. And with that, we'll turn to you, Mr. Dodd. I'd like to just start at this point in time by opening the floor to you to provide whatever information you think is important for the board to hear or to know as we consider what your situation should be going forward.
Thank you. I'd first like to start off with just apologizing to the Berinsky family and the Coleman family for all the harm and trauma I've caused. I'm eternally remorseful for how my actions have affected so many. I would also like to apologize to the entire community, as I know my actions have affected them as well. I have worked for the past 29 years to make amends, and I will continue those efforts for the rest of my life. At the time of my arrest, I did not have the coping skills I have today to effectively and safely deal with unmet needs, unmet expectations, insecurities, and conflicts with others. I took classes like anger management and victim impact, which allowed me to see how my actions have affected the victims of my offense, the community, and myself. I began to build healthy and caring relationships with community members like Russell Ballinger, Louise Wolfgram, Kevin Stefanik, Mary Johnson, Ed Roy, William Harris, and many others. As my thinking and core beliefs changed, I started to heal emotionally and spiritually through healing and restorative initiatives. I focused on restoration using critical thinking, respectful communication, empathy, and remorse. As a living amends, I was able to contribute and assist in creating restorative initiatives, such as the Apology Letter Bank and the Restorative Justice Council, which led to the creation of the current curriculum that is used in the Restorative Justice 101 classes in all of our facilities. We built an awareness around accountability, remorse, responsibility, and healing. I was given an opportunity to facilitate hundreds of restorative justice one-on-one classes, apology letter workshops, staff training, conflict resolutions, and healing circles. I continue this work today. We have impacted the lives of thousands of people through this work, and I'm grateful to have played a small part in this healing. This opportunity instilled responsibility, kindness, and purpose. Serving as a mental health mentor was another transformative experience, which allowed me to serve those in our community experiencing significant mental health and psychiatric symptoms. It was an honor to support these men in becoming valued community members by balancing individual goals, supporting good choices, and facilitating relationships with support networks in order to promote their physical, social, and psychological well-being. Through these experiences, I learned humility, compassion, self-control, utilizing effective coping strategies like active listening and reflective insight to bring about peaceful and collaborative solutions. Today, I give to others what is in my heart, care, and compassion. I'm grateful for all the people who have invested in my life. And it is an honor to invest in their lives as well. I'm very hopeful for the future and the opportunities I've been given to transition back into the community. I respectfully request that the board would allow me to transition to work release, to seek independent career opportunities. And on June 3rd, 2025, grant me supervised release. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dodd. I'd like to just ask to see how do you respond to this whole notion of the difference between the life you've lived in prison and the life that you lived before, and how it is that we manage or better understand how in one environment you could take two lives and in another experience the kind of success that you've had, both whether it's been academically or programmatically, or in some of the work you've done with other individuals to support and assist other individuals in prison. Help us understand how we see these different people.
Before my arrest, I'd been living on my own since I was 16. I'd been involved in just living in the streets, selling drugs, reckless, not responsible. I was broken, mentally, emotionally. What happened when I came to prison was when I was arrested, I cried out for help. I knew I was wrong. I knew I had harmed many people. I received a letter while I was in the county jail that impacted my life deeply. And I made a commitment to do everything that I could to make amends. I made a commitment to live at peace with all men. I made a commitment to do whatever was necessary to get help, to find a way to heal and to bring peace. And I wanted to be able to contribute in some way and start making amends for the harm that I'd caused. I was able to find great leadership and mentorship with people like John Foster and Charles Berry. I got involved in, I made a decision to face my issues, not run from them. I had ran from my all my responsibility since I was a young man. I made a commitment to face that to take responsibility, and to do whatever was necessary to make amends. And that's what I've done. I've kept those commitments. I got involved in education. It helped me grow mentally, emotionally. Got involved in the restorative community, amicus, prison fellowship. They have been tremendous. It helped me to grow personally, intellectually. What I did was I found ways to start helping others, and it began to heal my heart, and that's what I've dedicated my life to, is helping others. I was involved in, had an opportunity to be an at-risk youth mentor and help the kids from Red Wing and Fulton Town. That was an awesome opportunity to really speak into the lives of the youth. That brought a lot of purpose. I felt like we were really making a difference. I started to heal with the help that I received from community members, from community organizations like Amicus. I went on to, I was able to earn an AA degree early on, and then after that, at the time, the Department of Corrections did not have education programs available past that. So I was able to ask for help. I wrote and was able to collaborate with people in the community, educators. They were able to help me. I was able to get grants. I paid for most of my own schooling after that on my own, just from the wages that I earned. And I was fortunate to have a lot of support and help, and that transformed my life as well. I am eternally remorseful for how I have destroyed the lives of others, and I have dedicated my life to doing everything I can to make amends when possible. I have served as an orderly in the hospital unit, taking care of those who are terminally ill. That was a very transformative experience. I've had the opportunity to serve as a rescue dog handler. That helped me with compassion, care. We were able to bless the lives of family members that received these animals. That was a huge impact on my life as well. I've been able to serve as an electrician, working on the electrical systems at this prison and the last one I was at. That's how I've contributed. We take care of everything from the fire alarm systems to motors so I was contributing to the safety and welfare of everyone here. It's given me a lot of strength, a lot of confidence, knowing that I'm contributing to the community. Today, I am a compassionate, reliable, responsible, contributing member of our community. And I was not on April 25th. 1995. So my life has changed, and I've been grateful for the opportunities I've been given to walk in that and to help as many people as I can.
So you made a comment at the beginning where you talked about this this notion of being an active member, and I know that you really were integral and one of a number of people who really started to do work around the restorative justice stuff. But you talked about that whole notion of restorative and then accountability, and I think we had some conversations about this before. How do you take account, or where does accountability show in terms of the fact that you have done, in many cases, taken advantage of the things that were provided, the things that the system wants people to take advantage of for rehabilitative purposes. But when you think about accountability, what is the accountability that you have taken, and the accountability that you need to continue to take as you go forward with whatever that is?
I am accountable for taking the lives of 2 men, and I don't take that lightly. I have lived my life to do everything I can to make amends for that. And what I did was I was able to pay it forward to other people. I was able to help build my community up inside. I was able to contribute to the lives of others through, being a friend, a servant, a peacemaker. So that's how I've been accountable for the harm that I've caused in the community, to these families. And that's what I'll continue to do, is serve others for the rest of my life.
Talk about what that would look like. How do you go about serving others if that opportunity on the outside is granted?
One of my support organizations or initiative that I'm going to be part of is with Russell, and he runs the Circle of Peace. They work with the community and with at-risk youth, and that's one of the things that I've been part of for, I believe it's been about 15 years, and I was with him in amicus before that. So I'll continue to serve in that capacity with him. I will continue to look for opportunities with other organizations. I'm also plan on serving with the Salvation Army. They have a support group once a week. I plan on using that as one of my support networks. So these are things I'm committed to doing the rest of my life. I've also been working with Ed Roy, who is the husband of Mary Johnson, who has passed away now. I'm also working with him on initiatives to stay connected with the community, to share my life experiences with others, to turn my failures into actions that can help others heal their lives. I believe I have a lot to share with the community. I have a lot of insight and wisdom, and I'm willing and able to share that and continue what I've been doing in here for the past 30 years. And that's how I'm going to live my amends.
The fundamental obligation that we have is to ensure that public safety is served, and that that there isn't any other occurrences like this, or really that anything, right? That we want people to be law-abiding. Help us give us the words to describe why it is that you are not a risk to public safety.
Well, I was incarcerated in the most violent prisons we have in Minnesota. And while going through that experience, I was committed to never again harming others. While I was at those prisons, I helped co-found the Restorative Justice, which is now, as I said earlier, in now all of our prisons. We were able to create a curriculum to help our neighbors and our friends and our peers find ways to deal with life without using violence. I'm committed to this. Everyone that I've come in contact with the past 30 years, the administrators, the wardens, the deputy commissioners, the commissioners, know about our commitment. I would have the warden and other people. I had this assistant commissioner. They would bring people to our unit and ask us to watch over them because they couldn't live in the other units. They knew that myself and others were committed to helping others, and I was very grateful that they would trust me in that. I was grateful that I was allowed to facilitate the restorative justice classes for 17 years. I also was given the opportunity to facilitate classes in the treatment center there as well for 7 years. So I was trusted to help encourage others to find healing and peace. This is what I'm committed to. This is what I've shown I'm committed to. And this is how I'm going to continue to live my life for the rest of my life. So I believe it demonstrates my commitment to nonviolence. And I'm going to continue that for the rest of my life.
Other board members have questions for Mr. Dodd?
I have a question. I think you saw the opposition letters in your file. You had 2. Do you recall?
I received one, and I don't know who wrote that.
Right. We don't either. I just want your reaction. One of those letters was really damning and talked about you as a chameleon and wearing a mask. And I'd like to know your response to that.
When I read it, I was heartbroken that I had left this person in that state. And it made me think about the responsibility that I have and how I've harmed people that I didn't even, haven't even spoken to in 30 years or 35 years. So I was very remorseful that I impacted people's lives like this. And it reminded me of how I need to continue to be committed to making sure that when people cross my path, that I leave them better than I found them, that I'm able to bring some kind of healing and mercy into their lives. I failed as a person before my incarceration. I failed as a caring, compassionate citizen. And I was deeply, deeply remorseful that I left this man like this. My hope was in some way that everyone involved in this can find some peace and some healing.
Well, was there any truth to that? When you hear that, was that true of you?
As far as my behaviors as a young person, is that what you're referring to?
This person talked about how you're a chameleon and you wear a mask. And that was obviously before you were incarcerated, but that was 25 years of your life. I'm just curious, is that true? Was that true from your point of view?
I think, again, I don't know who this was, so I can't reference our relationship, but I would never dispute how someone's seen a situation. I know that I wasn't, there were times in my life where I was not forthright, where I was not a faithful friend. So I would say that there was times in my life that I wasn't truthful. I wasn't responsible. I wasn't a good friend. So I would say that there were times in my life where I was not. So does that answer your question, or is there?
Thank you for that.
Other questions?
I did have a.
Go ahead.
I apologize, Commissioner. Mr. Dodd. So you've talked about acceptance of responsibility, and I think one of the things within the packet that we've reviewed, I think one of the things that you indicate in there is that you did not appeal your conviction because you didn't want to put the families through the appeal process. Is that accurate?
Yes, I knew I was responsible for this, and I wanted to take responsibility.
Okay. So then there's also, and I think this is information that you submitted in writing, possibly to advisory panel from back in 2022, where the question was posed to you that if concurrent sentences weren't on the table, would you have still pled guilty? And then in that, you said that if the possibility of receiving concurrent sentences was off the table, you would not have pled guilty. Am I understanding that correctly? Can you just help me to understand that? Because like in the one breath, you're talking about accountability, but then in the other breath, you're saying, if concurrent sentences weren't on the table, I would not have pled guilty. So it seems like a little bit of a, I don't know, those two things don't align.
Yeah. So when I received my sentencing, I was not promised that the sentences would be run concurrent. And I knew that I needed to take responsibility for this. So that's what I did. I believe that if I was told, no, you're going to receive 2 life sentences, then I would not have agreed to that. I was grateful for the mercy that I was given. So that's what I did. I wasn't given, I just wanted to be honest about how I was feeling at that moment. And that's, if I was told that I was going to be given 2 life sentences run consecutive, I would not have pled guilty. So that was, obviously I was deeply remorseful for what I did. I knew I needed to take responsibility, and that's what I did. So when I pled guilty, I was not given the assurance that I was told it would go either way, and I was okay with whatever happened at that point. I felt a peace in my heart at that point, like I knew I was doing the right thing, and that's how I approached the situation. And that's how I looked at it then and today.
Thank you.
Mr. Dodd, you've accomplished a lot over the last 27 years. Do you feel a couple questions just related to that statement of fact? One, do you feel that a sense of entitlement as a result of that, and do you have a sense of humility given the circumstances and your success in balancing those?
I don't feel I'm entitled to anything. I'm just here asking for mercy. I'm grateful for the things I was able to accomplish. They have helped transform my life. I believe I'm a much more caring and compassionate person today. I'm grateful for the personal growth, the spiritual growth. But in no way do I believe I'm entitled to anything.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Mr. Dodd, how do you think the board should view the fact that there were 2 victims brutally murdered by you as opposed to 1? Should that influence the decision?
I don't know. I don't have the answer to that.
Yes.
I know that you need to weigh out what I've done and how I've harmed others. I also ask you to weigh out how I've helped others. And the opportunity that I have to continue to help and serve the community. I don't, it's a very heavy thing. So I'm grateful for what the judge gave me and that he sentenced me to concurrent sentences. I'm grateful for that mercy, that grace. And obviously, you need to take into consideration my offense. So, and how I've impacted the lives of 2 families, the community, my family.
Thank you, Mr. Dodd.
Mr. Dodd, at this time, I'm going to turn to your advocate and support person, Mr. Ballinger, who's with you there. Mr. Ballinger, I want to just thank you for being here today. And at this time, I'd like to open the floor to you to talk about some of the changes you've seen in Mr. Dodd over time or your experience with him in the time you've known him.
Well, thank you for hearing me. I've been before this board before, and I was just thinking, I want to say that I started with amicus in 2003, and my job was to do assessments of the folks that were in prison in our state correctional facilities and find volunteers to be a friend to them on a one-to-one basis. And when I started that job, there was a waiting list of 200. And I took the work very seriously, and I whittled that down. So I met a lot of people that were locked up, and I trained a lot of people to be friends with them. So I don't want you to think that I would be here, or I've been in front of you before, that I would be with any and everyone that I met. But all that time ago, Barry was one of the first, amongst the first that I interviewed about seeing and finding him a volunteer friend. When I took that job and I came into it at first, I saw as I went into the facilities, I thought, this work is too dark. I don't think I can do this. But while I was trying to figure out where I was going to go from that, I began to do these assessments. And all those years ago, I remember interviewing Barry, and he was so ripped up from what had happened. I could see that he was remorseful. It was a remorse that I just remember. I never forget it. And in time, I would have this group. It was called Connections Group, and it came with the job. I'd come in every month, and we'd sit around in a circle. It was a restorative practice, and we'd have a conversation that would go on. And after a while, I would bring in a professor from time to time who might give us, might lead a class and teach something about what they were doing. And then I began to bring in some of the classmates from these classes, from the University of Minnesota, Augsburg, Metro State. And the students and the professors would say they would learn more in that class, in that one time they would come, than they had in the whole semester that they were in school. That time that I spoke about with Barry showed me that these were human beings.
Yeah.
Who had made some bad mistakes. It made me take a look at my life and realize that I had made some bad mistakes. Some mistakes are worse than others, but it really comes down to how it affects the people that were there for that. So I just wanted to say I wouldn't be here for everyone, and I'm proud to say that the changes that have been made through my organization, because folks that were inside came out and gave me some help. We got the Chief's Award from the Chief of Police because the gang violence had slowed. I came to, because I wanted to say that over the years, there were those that I saw that were really working at change. The first day I took off from work, my wife told me, don't bring anybody home. But there were those that I got to know and began to see them in a different way. I have, with the guys that I've been in front of you about, for the most part, with the exception of one, were the same age as my sons. I can't imagine what that would be like to watch them in there. I seen a great change in Barry. I selfishly would love for him to come and assist, and because I've got young people now that are looking at themselves as leaders. When I started, the lockup was bringing them to my meetings and escorting them back to the lockup. Now these young people are being called the youth leaders of St. Paul. I know that change happens because I've seen people that I started working with. One is a lawyer and there's one that's a nurse. And they're all doing a lot of things that are valuable to our community. A lot of those people that have volunteered to be friends with folks with the DOC are still there with me. I have people that have retired from the DOC that are working with me. So I don't take it lightly, and I've watched the change that came over Barry. I talked to him, and there are a few of them that were very close, and two of them were with me for dinner last night at our circle. So I'm grateful that I was able to come and be here. I don't know if you have any questions for me, but I think he would be a good addition to the community that we've developed.
Thank you, Mr. Ballinger. I appreciate you being here today. I appreciate all the support you provided, and I think Mr. Dodd did have a pretty long-standing amicus volunteer that has, I think, maintained some connection. So thank you for that as well. At this time, I want to, Mr. Dodd, before we begin discussion and deliberation about next steps, I want to briefly open the floor to you for any final comments.
Just want to apologize again to the families that I've harmed. I'm committed to reconciliation. I'm committed to working with others, to bringing healing and peace to my community. I'm eternally remorseful for how this has affected everyone. I'm very sorry for the harm that I've caused to these individuals and to the community. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here today to say that, to hear what they had to say to me. I'll take it all with me, and I'll continue to work for the rest of my life to continue to make amends. I am willing to participate in any VOD with the victim services if that would be needed or wanted. I'm willing to continue to work, and that's what I'm going to keep doing the rest of my life. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for that. Just so people who are watching may be aware, VOD is victim offender dialogue, where we have victim services staff who come together between people who caused harm and the people who experienced harm to have a discussion. So just to make that clear. And with that, I'm going to close the discussion. During board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain any questions or allow interruptions. And so with that, I would open the floor to board discussion.
Just to clarify, he's not eligible even until 2025, correct?
That's correct. His June 3rd,
Yeah.
2025 would be his parole eligibility date.
I have to confess that I'm troubled by Mr. Dodd's statements of what motivated him to commit these crimes, as contained in his 2022, which was only 2 years ago, statement. It seemed that he was justifying it because he was going to get to them before they got to him. And I didn't sense a lot of remorse. I heard him say that his life was a mess. But even now I hear that through good deeds, he's trying to show remorsefulness. But how do we judge the remorsefulness, I think is my question. How do we judge whether it's actual remorse or whether it's thinking that good deeds equals remorse, which I don't think it does. I think remorse is an inner heartfelt thing that changes your behavior and your future conduct. Good deeds are something that the outside world can see and take note of.
It's so tricky because in prison, while he's incarcerated, he's done well, for the most part. I was a little troubled by class discipline in 2022, and I read that part of the letter and I thought, wow, I think this is the longest justification I've ever read. On the other hand, there's only so much he can do. So I don't know, I think it's a good question. And honestly, I don't know what more I can say. I think what we're struggling with is really, is it heartfelt or is it all the words he's learned along the way?
It's on paper. Yeah, it's a script.
I think for just having been a decision maker in some of these cases, I think these were things that in some of the documentation you can see some of the questions that came up that we were hoping or looking for more information around. And I think there was always some of those questions around this, and at the same time, the totality of his time, and in looking at the question of does he represent a threat to public safety, or what changes we could further prompt. That I think that has been the hard part, and then the question really became: are there ways that we test his ability to manage being in environments that have lesser controls and yet still maintain a level of control, which is obviously indicated in his placement at minimum. So I think that has been part of the thing. And I think at the same time, some of the questions that we've talked about around this whole notion of 2 lives lost, and the fact that the sentences were imposed concurrently versus consecutively is a bit outside of the purview of the board. And I think that has been and was, I think, for me as a decision maker, when I saw him at the 27-year mark, was, I think, one of the considerations was just that the way the sentence is what presents to us. And not that we don't have the ability to not grant parole on the 1 life sentence that was imposed, or the 2 that are served concurrently. The bottom line was to separate those on our own behalf is really outside the purview of authority of the board. So I think those have been, my struggles as well. The question, I guess, for us is to what extent, do we believe that he does represent any threat to public safety, or are there things that we can do to try to further prompt a reflection around the whole notion of remorse? Or three, are there ways that we can further test his resolve and commitment, how he lives his life while maintaining the custody status? And that really is, that is the option around step down of looking at a work release placement, and which as the board members know, but for those who don't, work release is a custody status placement, which means that it is considered the same as prison. Obviously, people may view that differently, but the intention or the purpose or the use of work release is really to test somebody's ability to manage change in an environment where you still have 24-hour staff, you have testing, you have monitoring, all of these mechanisms of control, and the ability to kind of quickly respond in the event that any problem is noted by staff. So I think these are the questions for us. What do we have by way of intervention options or interventions that the board may feel are needed, or does he represent a threat to public safety if he were to be released?
Well, just to that point, because I really think that is the point, public safety. He's low to moderate, according to the site reports, and that caught my attention because I expected it would be low. So when I saw low to moderate, I did, think. But I agree with you. What else is there except to test and see?
I'm gonna bring up, at least for purposes of discussion, a motion, just at least so that we could have something to discuss whether it is viable or not. Obviously, he does not even have eligibility until June 3rd of 2025. So what I would propose as denial of parole, that he be maintained at minimum custody until June 3rd of 2025, at which time we would move him to a work release setting. It would be appropriate for a period of 12 months, for a period of a year, and then bring him back before the board to see what that looks like. What this proposal does, I think, is it assures a level of accountability in the sense of having him in a sort of correctional facility directly until his parole eligibility date, and hopefully that that I really would like the fact that today was an opportunity for Mr. Dodd to hear directly from the people who were impacted, which is something that in previous kind of processes just wasn't there. And I would really like to be able to be in a place where when we see him, whatever that is, approximately, I would guess it's approximately 18 months. Yeah. That there would be a sense of deeper clarity to, I think, the point that you raised around the sense of remorsefulness and really trying to speak to what he heard from the family members who described their loss and their harm. And while there is nothing that Mr. Dodd can ever do to bring them back, I think being able to speak to what was hard about hearing about the actual harm that he caused from the people who experienced it, I think is something that would be important to me in terms of whether or not he is a candidate for ultimate be given a parole date 18 months out or not. And I want to make clear that if obviously if there would be any problems in either between now and June 3rd of 2025, that at the facility or even while he's on placement, that he will be brought back into a higher custody level swiftly and immediately, and that there is, I want to be really clear, that despite being placed on work release, that there is no, I'm not suggesting that there is a guarantee of a parole date 18 months from now. But I think an opportunity for Mr. Dodd to further address that sense of remorse and understanding of the impact of his actions. And so that would be the motion. There's a motion and a second. Discussion.
I think you've largely hit on some of what I am continuing to struggle with. Just how do you gauge true remorsefulness and I do still struggle with that because I think that there are some contradictions between what he says and what is in writing within the packet. I commend him on all of the efforts and everything that he's done. Like his record while in custody has been really good. So I too am struggling with the how to demonstrate whether it's true remorse, and that is something that will be really, really important over the course of the next 18 months.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second, and with that, I'll call for a vote of the members. Board Member Bray?
Yes.
Board Member Larson?
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead?
No.
Board Member Schnell votes yes. It's a 4-3 vote. The motion prevails. So, Mr. Dodd, you have a level of awareness. I think the work for you, and I would really encourage you to use even the next 6 months to really engage deeply in thinking about what you heard today from people who were impacted, and I think obviously, on the one hand, hearing that directly is one piece of it, but one of the things that resonated with me in hearing from them is the ripple effect of this, and to speak to that ripple, and to speak to that with some level of kind of directness, to me becomes important, and yet I can understand from your perspective, maybe challenging, but nonetheless, I think critical. Do you have any questions about the decision today?
I'm grateful for the opportunity that you've given me, and I will continue to reflect deeply on what was said to me, what I heard.
All right. We wish you good luck, and we will be monitoring you for obviously the next 6 months before our work release placement, and we'll have work release staff begin to look at what that placement should or could look like. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Ballinger.
Thank you, everyone. All right, our next review will be Jaime Hernandez, as soon as we get set up.
Yeah, I do want to take a quick break. Obviously, the next 6 months before our work release placement, and we'll have what happens. Okay. Yeah.
So this is.
We're unmuted.
Thank you very much. For those of you who are present online, we are just going to get started here on our next review for Jaime Hernandez. We had a little busyness in our room here, so it took us a few minutes to get settled back down. Thank you. Rebecca Holmes-Larson, Director of Hearings and Release and Assistant to the Supervised Release Board. We're here today to review Mr. Jaime Hernandez, who's present by video at the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Lino Lakes. Mr. Hernandez also has his advocate and brother, Roberto Hernandez, correct?
Yeah.
All right, awesome. Thank you very much. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell. Also, along with other board members, Member Christine Bray, Member Andrew Larson, who is present on screen, Member Cheryl Ramstad, Juvenile Expert Member Jody Nelson, and Juvenile Expert Member Donald Struford. Our records indicate that on July 8th of 2003, Jaime Hernandez stabbed a victim in the back twice. He received a 60-month sentence for this offense, and that offense since expired in October of 2008. Prior to the incident in July of 2003, on or about April 10th of 2003, Jaime Hernandez, while using a firearm, shot Ruben Santillo Garcia in the back. Mr. Garcia died 4 days later. During the shooting, a stray bullet also hit a bystander who had to be hospitalized and treated for a broken femur. The crime was determined to be committed for the benefit of a gang. On January 27th of 2006, Jaime Hernandez was sentenced to 328 months and 48 months for count 2, first-degree murder committed for the benefit of a gang, and count 4, second-degree assault committed for the benefit of a gang in Hennepin County District Court. Due to new legislation regarding individuals who were juveniles at the time of their offense, Mr. Hernandez now has the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervised Release Board after serving a minimum of 20 years. Today's review represents his initial review after serving approximately 20 years of incarceration. His confinement release date was originally January 8th of 2026. Given the changes by the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Mr. Hernandez is eligible to be considered for release as of January 18th of 2025. Thank you, and I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner?
Good afternoon, Mr. Hernandez. How are you today?
I'm doing good, pretty good. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to need you to speak kind of loud, or maybe on your side if we can have you turn it up in the room a little bit, just a little quiet. I'd like to start off by asking you to tell the board what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
Well, I would like to explain myself and what I did, and answer all your questions and see if I can get early release.
Okay. Why don't you start by talking about what happened and how you ended up in the position you are today?
Well, I was born over in Mexico, and my dad brought the whole family to the United States in 1999, and I was 13 at the time. So my dad sent the whole family to school. I was going to middle school. I started having trouble in school because I didn't speak the language. I didn't even know how to communicate with my teachers. And I started getting into fights because I thought the other kids were making fun of me. So I get into fights, and I get suspended a bunch of times. And even though I went to high school afterwards, but I only last a couple months. And then I get expelled because I get into more fights. And then I choose to work, so I get a fake ID, working on a meat packing company. And at that age, I was 15, 16. I got a fake ID. And I was only working in the afternoons, sleeping all day in the mornings. And during that time, I met a few friends that were going to school with me. And I started hanging out with them in the parks, going going around cruising or we were drinking, doing a lot of stuff. And they were gang members, and one thing led to another. I became a gang member. There were Sureños 13 gang members, and I became one of them. And in 2003, in April, we were smoking meth in a hotel. And I told my friends that I want to leave because I was going to go to work the next day in the afternoon. So I take off probably around 10 in the afternoon. If I make it home, I couldn't sleep. I was so high. So I grabbed a bike and I went to one of my friend's house. And I stayed there for a couple hours. And then we went to the store. And my friend got a gun in there. So I grabbed the gun and I put it in my waist and walked away. Now we were walking down the alley. We saw one of our old friends who was riding a bicycle down the street. So I pulled out the gun, ran toward him, and I shot him. I shot him a bunch of times until I ran out of bullets. I saw him fall, and I ran. I didn't get arrested at that time. I continue, I get away, and a few months later, in a park with me and one of my friends saw another guy who was one of the rival gang members, and I stabbed him in the back again, and I get arrested at that time. So I plead guilty to it, to second-degree assault for benefit of the gang. They gave me 60 months. And when I was in St. Cloud in May of 2004, that's when I received papers saying that I was being charged with a first-degree murder for the murder that I committed. I shot Ruben Santillo Garcia in April. And I didn't pay much attention to it. I didn't care either way. I just grabbed the papers and I told somebody else to read it for me because I didn't know how to read English or speak English or nothing. So my kid worker didn't even explain it to me. He just came over and gave me the papers. So I just grabbed them and tossed them away. And like a month later, they come pick me up and they brought me to the county and they read all the charges against me. And at that time, I was still loyal to the gang. I still didn't care what was going to happen to me. I didn't care nothing. So I went to trial. I didn't want to take no responsibility for nothing. I didn't blame others. I always find excuses for everything. I never take responsibility for nothing at that time. But when I was in the county, all my friends testified against me, and they found me guilty. And when the judge gave me 328 months plus 48 more months for the assault, the bullet hit a woman a block away. That's when reality hits. I start thinking about what's going to be my life in prison, that I was going to spend the rest of my life in prison. And but deep down inside me, I want to change, but I didn't do it. I didn't do nothing to change. I continue in prison too. I continue having contraband in my cells, fighting, make alcohol to drink. I was with my friends at all times. I was loyal to them. I was stupid, I guess. But in 2013, when I was in Oak Heights, I went to SEC for a fight. And that's when I decided that life wasn't for me. So even though I didn't know how to read English or nothing, I started reading the books that I got with me in segregation. I read it a couple more times, a bunch of times, just to figure out what they meant, what they're talking about. And I paid more attention to get my GED in the school. I was going to get my GED, but I didn't even try to get my GED. I was going to school just because that was a way to stay out of my cell. And then I change. I give up everything. I accept and I say, hey, I'm going to take responsibility for what I did. And for this day forward, I'm going to do everything I can to do something for myself, to prepare myself for something in the streets. When I get released, I want to get some skills, because at that time I didn't got no skills at all. I got nothing. I didn't know nothing. So I taught myself how to speak English, how to read English. So right now that's why I got a heavy accent, but I think I can speak English very well, write it too. And, but I continue improving and doing everything right. Stay out of segregation, stay out of trouble, stay away from my friends, and focus on doing good things. So my points dropped from Oak Park High, and I got transferred to a Stillwater. And at Stillwater, I accomplished my GED. That's what I get it. And from that day on, a lot of doors were open for me. A lot of programs that I did, I accomplished. Anger management, that's one of the things that I really want, because I want to control that. And then my GED, then they moved me to Faribault because my points keep dropping. Over in Faribault, I involved myself in construction trade programs. It took me a whole year, a little more than a year. I accomplished a lot of programs in there, a lot of skills in there. Even when I went to Faribault, I didn't even know what 2x4 was until I get involved in a carpentry class. And they teach me a bunch of skills in there that I think they were going to be real helpful for me in the streets to get a job. And not even to get a job, but to keep a job. And from there on, I complete everything I think I could in Faribault. So I applied to come to PFA over in Lino Lakes, and I've been involved in a Prison Fellowship Academy, and I got only like 4 months left to graduate. And since I've been in here, I got 0 reports of anything. And I feel that I accomplished a lot. And to change from where I was, reckless, careless, selfish man, to now who I am now, that I got goals, I got skills to be a productive citizen in the streets. I involved in this program that has helped me a lot, even how to do certain things in my faith that I didn't even know how to keep my faith first, and other ones there, how to control my anger, how to listen to people, don't be too judgmental, give opportunity to other people to explain themselves, and don't jump into conclusions right away. I think I got my anger under control. I don't get mad easy. I get along with people easy. I think I have changed tremendously.
What was the most notable thing that caused you to move to change? What was that?
My family. That was one of the things, because every time they were trying to go see me, to visit me, I was in segregation, and I feel like I waste their day because they take their day off on the weekend that they can be doing something with their kids, and they decide to go see me, and I'm in segregation for something that I can't control. And that was one thing. That was the main one.
What can you describe the impact of your crime? I mean, just the way you described it, right? You saw this person who used to be a friend, who was now breaking apart from your gang, right?
Yes.
Something, and you just pulled the gun out and you began to shoot and ultimately killed him. Can you describe?
Well, that it's hard to describe something there is no way to describe it because I was reckless, selfish, careless again. I didn't care about nothing but myself and my other friends that were with me next to me. I don't blame nobody else but myself for the harm that I caused to Ruben Santillo Garcia and his family. I got tremendous empathy for them because I can only imagine if that was one of my brothers or somebody in my family. I can only imagine that, what they went through, and that's everything for my reckless. I don't know how to other explain.
So what do you imagine? What do you imagine that to be for the family of your victim? What is that?
I feel they're going to have tremendous questions why, a lot of hate towards me. Yes, I can only explain that they asking why I did that, and I got no answer for it. That's what I can say.
You, I know that you had a discussion with, your PRT, your program review team there at the facility, that you also have, you have an ICE detainer and a removal order. You're aware of that?
Yes.
Can you talk about how you think about that, given the fact that it sounds like much of your family is here?
Well, if I'm going back to Mexico, it will be like start from zero all over again. The only thing I got for me in Mexico is that I can speak the language. But I got all my family's here. My dad and my mom, they go back and forth. They here in Texas or over here in Minnesota, and they go back to Mexico for a couple months or so. If I go over there, I don't even know what I will do except just go back to the same rural town that I was born at and take care of livestock. That's the only thing I can do unless I get moved to another big city where I can practice the skills that I learned in here.
Others have questions?
Let me start here. If I'm reading it correctly, a lot of your training has been in construction skills, or where do you feel you're strongest ready to be employed somewhere? Where is that right now?
Carpentry.
Carpentry?
Yes. Building stuff. That will be my best option.
Best option for you and best option for others? Tell me more about best option. What makes it the best option?
Because I like to build things and I like to work with my hands and I think I can focus more on it. I can work with others and I don't know how to describe it, but yes, that's what I want to do.
Okay. Help me understand what the options for doing that good building would be in rural Mexico, in a city in Mexico, and in the USA. What comparisons do you see of using that, I would call it a strength, in three possible places?
Well, Mexico, I probably will not use that because I don't think the place where I'm going, there is no carpentry. They don't use the wood that much over there. And if I go to a big city, I have to look for it and look where I can work on. And over here, in the other hand, over here in Minnesota or in the United States, I can call my nephew. He's involved in carpentry union, and he can give me a job, or he can guide me to get a job in a carpentry skills with him.
Okay, so the connections are here. The connections are hard to see or realize in Mexico.
Yes, over in Mexico, I got no clue where to look for or nothing.
Mr.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Hernandez, if I understand correctly, you have an unmet treatment directive. So do you have SUD treatment that you're supposed to complete?
Yes. Yes.
Is that something that you're working on?
I've been working on, and I put my name on the list to get in. There is a long list in here to get involved into that treatment. But I already put my name in there a while ago. So I'm in the list just waiting.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Chris.
That was my question. That's what I wondered too. Thank you.
Okay. I did have one other follow-up question as well. One of the notes that I jotted down was, and if I get this wrong, please let me know. You felt that the sentence you received was too harsh.
Yes.
What do you think a more appropriate sentence would have been, and how come you think it was too harsh?
Well, now I realize that the sentence that I get, I say harsh because they give me 328 months plus 48 instead of random concurrent, and I feel like they should elaborate a little bit. Let me talk to a psychologist to express myself a little bit more than just give me the sentence and throw me in prison for all these years. They should. I don't know how to explain it, but say yes, to talk to a psychologist to see what was wrong with me at that time, to see if instead of they giving me that much time, they can give me some time, because I think I deserve to be in prison for what I did, and but I think they should work a little bit, work more with me instead of just throw me in prison for all this time. But I'm not putting no excuses or nothing like that. I accept my punishment that I got, and I didn't appeal my case. I tried to, but I got a social public defender, and I just decided to accept what I got and work with it and trying to get something out of it, because I still got an out date. So I need to look forward for it and prepare myself for the world outside.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hernandez, I want to commend you for all the good work that you've done for the last several years. Your supervisor said that you're a hard worker and very respectful, so you're doing some good work. I'm wondering where you find hope that you won't be deported. Like where does that come from?
My hope is that I came here as a resident, and I still got my green card, and I was a juvenile when I came to prison, so I appealed to the judge to give me a second chance to stay here under any supervision that they will like. I will follow all the rules that they want me to do, and talk to a immigration lawyer to see if I got any legal option to stay here.
You have seen an immigration lawyer, or that's something you will do?
That's something I will look forward to do.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm going to turn to your brother, Roberto. Thank you so much for being here today. I'd like to open the floor to provide your thoughts as to the changes you've seen in your brother over the period of his incarceration.
Well, I just here to show my brother my support, and I've been with him all these years, so I think it's a fair to give you a second chance, like a human being, and I'm here for him all the time, and all my brothers, all his family. So he have my brother. I have two more brother, one sister, and one brother here in Minnesota. Another one in Memphis, and another one, two more in Texas. So he got all the support for all the family. So my mom, my dad is in Texas right now. So yeah, that's all I can say.
All right. Well, thank you so much for being here and for being a support to your brother. Mr. Hernandez, I'm going to come back to you before the board begins discussion and deliberation about next steps. I want to briefly open the floor to you for any final comment. Anything that you would like the board to consider before we start having discussions about next steps?
Yes, I just want to say that when I get involved into the games, I did that because they speak the language, they speak the same language as me. They made me feel welcome. They appreciate me. So that's one of the reasons I get involved with them. But now I see that that was a really, really bad mistake on my part.
Great, thank you for that. At this time, I'm going to close the discussion, and during board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain any questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I would open the floor to board members to discuss possible next steps.
Could I just ask for some clarity on what his release date is now?
So his 20-year minimum for the juvenile legislation is January of 2025.
Okay.
His original confinement release date was 2026.
So we could be.
The earliest he could go is January 18th of 2025.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Go to lower security or go to work release or whatever that next step could be.
Parole. Yeah,
Okay.
the earliest he could get parole would be January 18th of 2025.
And it is essential that he go through some substance abuse treatment prior to that time, or that's been recommended.
The psych eval said it could happen in the community.
Pardon?
The psych eval said that they were comfortable with this in the community.
That's an important point.
But now, if I remember correctly, if somebody's on a being deported, whatever that's called, they can't do work release.
He is subject to, there is a removal order. So
Yeah.
he is going into ICE custody no matter what.
Okay.
That's what's, upon release, whether he gets released by the board or he gets released on his regular release date in 2026, he is going to be turned over to the care, custody, and control of immigration and customs enforcement.
But you can't go from work release to that.
No, I mean, it's not, we would look at that. It could be different if you had somebody who was going to be going to a country where we don't have normalized relations and are they able to deport people. We've had cases like that. For instance, Cambodia, where they do not do deportation. So then we've looked at some different options, but there is a removal order in place here.
So he does have a release date in 2026, no matter what.
Yes.
Is this a new area or question I have is what services, what programs are available to help him go to Mexico, which seems pretty inevitable?
I think
What prep is ready for that?
I mean, probably, I think, this is where it gets to be somewhat challenging in terms of some of the resources. We do, and have in the past connected people with the consulate here, so that at least they can get documents that they need for return to Mexico, IDs and so forth, passports, which just can make that the removal process more efficient.
What about substance use treatment? It said high need, low priority. Is it possible for him to get it while he's incarcerated, as long as he's got to be incarcerated?
It is likely that he would be able to complete if we recommended that, given the fact that he is in PFA right now. I think that he would finish that up and then probably be looked at to move here. I think some of the differences in some of this is that, as I recall, that assessment was upon intake, and so, sometimes what can happen is they would get looked at again because of adjustment changes, programs that they've been involved in. They can reduce that need for the same level of intensity of treatment, and so that might be one of the things to look at here. In this case, is to have them reassessed and see if he requires the level of intensive inpatient treatment that we often provide.
The other piece that we did was also treatment staff will oftentimes look at somebody's confinement release date, so they get them into treatment close to their release date. And in this case, because his release date was 2026, but now he has an opportunity in 2025, Aubrey did go to the trouble to let all the treatment staff know this is their new eligibility date, to try to get them
in the pipeline
in sooner.
Thank you.
So I'm not sure where he's at with that, but they would want him to finish PFA, I'm assuming.
Say that again, please.
He's in PFA.
Yeah.
And he's got about 6 months left of that.
4, I think. Didn't he say 4? I think he said 4
4?
now. I think it was 6 maybe at the time of the PRT.
Yeah.
And PFA and the substance abuse cannot happen concurrently, or?
I don't believe they can schedule-wise. They conflict.
Gotcha. Okay.
The PFA is a full day program, and treatment, depending upon the treatment level, and that's one of the things about the reassessment. Maybe he doesn't need that level of treatment. Maybe he needs more outpatient or intensive outpatient stuff, which we have started to do as well.
Thank you.
I'm wondering if it would make sense to continue it to January of 26, because he would have a chance to complete substance use treatment, complete prison fellowship, and see if it's realistic for him to be able to stay in this country. If he's going to try to get legal counsel, or how he's going to go about that. But it's going to take some time if there's any hope at all.
Is that a motion?
Yes. Second.
The motion and then a second, and that would be to deny parole, continue to his date in 2026, May 18th, January 9th, 2026, and encourage his continued participation in PFA, reassessment, and follow whatever treatment recommendations may come out of that. And then engage with the consulate in terms of documentation and those sorts of things. On the legal side, that would be really on his own, that he would need to pursue legal remedies related to challenging the removal order. So there's a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, a vote of the members. Board Member Bray?
Yes.
Board Member Larson?
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead?
Yes.
Board Member Nelson?
Yes.
Board Member Strufert?
Yes.
And Schnell votes yes. It's a unanimous vote. Mr. Hernandez, you're being continued to your regular release date. What I want you to hear, I think, from the board is a recognition of the fact that you've done and continue to do many things, and you've developed skills, your English. I think the challenge for the board probably is the biggest challenge is that the deportation issue, which is not something that we have any control over, but something that you discussed as something that you would need to pursue on your own. But in the meantime, we would encourage you to continue your good work and efforts to change. All right?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. Good luck. Our next review will begin shortly.
This is the same facility,
also
right?
at Lino Lake, so it should not take too long for us to get set up and ready.
Point of information, the number right now that you expect are going to be picked up by immigration. How big a group are we talking here?
We have about 250 that have actual detainers, and then we have
250.
Yeah, and then we have another 200 or so that are that we have self-reported that they're not documented, but may not be subject to a detainer at this stage. I don't know. So.
No. Okay.
Come on in. Yeah.
And just give the administration.
Right at the front.
I don't know.
Left there. One more. Right there. Yep.
No, yeah, perhaps.
They're ready for you already.
Unless they get congressional approval or they use other Homeland Security or something like that, where they could probably then preempt.
That's my next. Yeah.
I have a question, but I think for the additional advice coming here.
It depends on these types of cases, and then where there's like remote orders, it's just foregone conclusions. And especially it's a little bit easier.
They're ready.
Pardon me?
Ready to go?
Thank you.
Dad did not get connection info or admittance, so he does not have an advocate.
Does he wish to proceed? We can ask him.
Yeah.
He's right there.
Mr. Cruz?
Yes, sir.
It looks like it sounds like it sounds like your dad was going to be your father was going to be your support person, right?
He was, but he's I couldn't get a hold of him because he ended up taking a trip to. He's getting married soon, so he flew out of the country.
Okay. So is it your desire to proceed without him? I want to make sure you have that opportunity, but we would delay otherwise. Not optimal, but it's your choice.
I would like to proceed.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes-Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Supervised Release Board. We're here today to review Mr. Jose Chavarria-cruz, who's present by video at the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Lino Lakes. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with other board members, Ms. Christine Bray, Member Andrew Larson, who you'll see on your screen also, Member Cheryl Ramstad, Juvenile Expert Member Jody Nelson, and Juvenile Expert Member Donald Strufert. Our records indicate that on May 1st of 2006, Mr. Cruz and 4 other members of the Serenos 13 gang planned to shoot a member of another gang. Mr. Cruz and other gang members drove to the home of Mr. Perez in Bloomington, Minnesota, with the sole intent to shoot him. Once at the residence, Mr. Cruz and a co-defendant got out of their vehicle and approached Mr. Perez, who was standing outside of his home. Mr. Cruz shot Carlos approximately 4 times, and Mr. Perez died of his injuries. On March 21st of 2008, Mr. Cruz was sentenced in Hennepin County District Court. He was resentenced again for the same offense on April 1st of 2011. Mr. Cruz was sentenced to 350 months for murder second degree intentional for the benefit of a gang in Hennepin County District Court. Due to new legislation regarding individuals who were juveniles at the time of their offense, Mr. Cruz now has the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervisory Board after serving a minimum of 15 years. Today's review represents his initial review after serving approximately 15 years of incarceration. His confinement release date, and board members, if you did not notice, this was an updated confinement release date, which is May 27th of 2026. There was a recent audit on his sentence with a correction made. Given the changes by the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Mr. Cruz is eligible to be considered for release as of October 30th of 2021. It should also be noted that Mr. Cruz has an ICE detainment for Mexico. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner?
Good afternoon. How are you today?
Good afternoon to y'all. Thank you for you guys having me today and giving me the opportunity to speak.
So I'm going to just give you the floor and have you talk to us a little bit about what your experience has been, what you've done, and what it is you'd like to see happen.
My experience coming into prison was rough for me. As you guys know, that I was a juvenile when I got locked up, so I was very easily influenced. Like I was easy to be influenced by others, my older peers, and I started out my time like doing bad. Like I continued to be involved in gang activity, and I did sick time. Throughout my time, I kept messing up, and I know my changes haven't been that great for you guys to notice with what's on paper. But I've learned a lot of things lately. Most recently, since being involved in PFA, and I learned a lot about myself and my wrongful thinking that I had, and I could see myself as a different person as the child I was, and the things that I did no longer hold anything in my life. Like I don't see that part of me anymore. I want to move forward and continue to start my life really, and I would like to see if you guys could help me start with my treatment, because I am in a treatment program right now, but I have not started it yet. So I understand that the possibilities of me leaving or you guys granting me parole is really small, but I want to at least be able to get something positive out of this and be able to get more help with my change that I am going through, and to help me with my programming still. And I would like to also formally I apologize to the victims' family. I know my words will never be enough. I know that there's nothing I can say, but I would still like to apologize for my past behavior and my past actions. I am not the same person today that I was then. To me, change is an everyday thing, and it's something I'm doing every day, and I'm trying, and that's what I would like you guys to know.
I applaud you for your, kind of your thoughtfulness around wanting to make the most of your time. So I do appreciate that. You talked about PFA. One of the things you said you've learned a lot about yourself. What's one thing that you've really learned about yourself and what you need to do to be successful?
The main thing for me is the core values that they teach us in there, which is accountability, responsibility, affirmation, community, and a lot of it too. The first thing with me is the being held accountable for what I did. Like, I know I did wrong, and like, I have to commit myself to accepting that the things that I did were wrong, and commit to changing that behavior, and being better not only for myself but the people that still out there support me and they want to see me succeed and do good. And I've also learned how to handle my emotions. Like, I wasn't never. Right now, it's like to think about your emotions. It wasn't very. It's like common sense, but it wasn't, because I never really thought about those things before. Ask myself how I'm feeling and recognize that I'm feeling that way because something caused that, and how do I go about changing that feeling? If I'm feeling angry, what made me angry, and how can I change that? And so that way I don't react as what I used to do was react. I never identified my emotions before. I knew they were there, they existed, but I've never really deeply thought about it, on how it affected my decisions till recently, till I started learning all the good curriculum I learned there.
Thank you for that. That's very helpful. The last question I have for you is just, you had made a comment in your, somewhere along the line, I think I needed a note here, was a little bit of some of the challenges that you may, or you maybe have talked about this with your PRT. I can't remember exactly where, but some of the challenges around separating from the gang lifestyle. Where does that sit? Has PFA given you enough of kind of a division from that, or depending upon what happens, could you see yourself getting sucked back into that?
I don't see myself getting sucked back into that. A lot of the things was that I felt at one point in my life that I was so far gone that, like, this is my life now, so this is what I have to deal with every day. So it was never. I feel like I didn't have redemption in a way, and I was taught that once you enter the program, you can renew your mind and you start changing your life by changing the way you think. So that's what I have been trying to do, is to separate myself from all that situation, all those bad influences in my life. And I can only, like I said, like, I want to do better for not just myself, and just for my family, everybody that supports me.
Thank you.
May I follow up on that? Appreciate what you've done. Could you talk a little more specifically of how you've been able to use? There's some examples or what you've learned, maybe what you learned particularly from PFA, how you use that to separate or move away, or how that helped with the struggle or the invitation from gang activity in prison.
Well, I don't participate anymore in it. It helps because people know that I'm trying to do good. So it's like, I can't explain it other than it's like people respect people's faith in a way, no matter what race or street life you live through. It's like, once people are trying to like do good in a way, like, especially if a religion is involved, they don't really mess with that in a way. So I haven't been approached. I haven't been asked for anything to do anything. So I put that as credit to being involved in PFA in a way, because people did see me going there every day and participating. So it was never, hasn't been an issue. So
I understand that source of respect that you're learning and you're being able to reach for has been a big factor for you.
yes, sir. And also, like, it's helped me a lot too with my impulses in a way, because I have had situations where I didn't agree with somebody, and the old me was like, you handle situations differently in different prisons, or I have handled situations different in different prisons, and I'm guilty of that. And now it's like I have a process of thought. I think it's like I think about like the consequences. Like, do I want to lose my job? Is it worth it? Like, why are you angry? Are you in the wrong? Are you in the wrong? Like, if there's specific ways you can solve the problem without having to resolve into like fighting or any other situation where, you know, I end up or somebody else ends up hurt.
So that being able to see more options, a bigger picture, yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Cruz, I've got a question for you. If, let's say you remain inside for a year and a half to your release date, and you are then going to be living in Mexico or the Dominican Republic, what in the next year and a half can you learn or work on that's going to help you be successful should you be living in Mexico or the DR?
I would like to learn, like I said, I want to start treatment, because I feel like I haven't gotten those tools for my sobriety. I know there's more to it than PFA. They do have other things to teach me, you know, so starting treatment would be like a really great thing for me. And big part of it is, like I said, is my sobriety and making sure that, I seem to not think that I don't have a problem with drinking or drugs, but, you know, maybe I do have a problem, but I'm just not admitting to it, or I'm not willing to tell myself I do. I don't know that because I haven't been to that treatment phase where, you know, I don't know what curriculum they have. I don't know what kind of things they got to teach me. And, staying away from the negative influences in my life that's going to help me a lot too, and be more family oriented. And it's because when I was out and when I was at that age, my family wasn't a priority to me, you know, and now they are, because everything's been when you come to prison, you see who's really going to be there for you, you know, and my family is the one that's never favored. So
just a follow-up question to that question. How about vocationally, employer-wise? Yeah. What do you see yourself wanting to do if you are still in for another year and a half? What do you want to do vocationally?
I really wanted to do the barber program ever since I started my incarceration, but they told me I had too much time. I've written letters before, and then I never heard a response. So I don't know how long the program is or how much time, if I even qualify for it, because I know it's a close custody prison. It's St. Cloud. I would really like to learn that skill, because I really like cutting hair, and it gives me satisfaction to know somebody likes what I did.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
It's my understanding that you terminated many of the programs you started while you were in prison. You quit them on your own, is that right?
Oh, like jobs?
I'm sorry?
From speaking about jobs?
Your programs that you started, different programs.
Trying to think what kind of programs. I don't think I started some and quit that I can think of right now. I don't know if you have something different showing. You can remind me.
So you don't think you have a record of having terminated different programs you started?
No, I think the biggest program that I started is PFA that I got into. Like I can't really think of. I got into a mentor program, but that was in Oak Park Heights, and I ended up going to SEG for it, and then not for it, but like in the midst of it, so I never finished it. But I can't really think of any other programs that I quit or started and quit other than jobs.
And has there been a series of those?
No, it was really a lot. Like it's been like at that time for me, like I would get like stressed. If I would get stressed or felt depressed, my thing go to was to like isolate myself. Would be like quitting my job and going to spend time in my room, which would be like shoe status was 22 and 1, I think. So I would spend time with myself, and like that's how I dealt with my the things that I had going on in my head, is to like separate myself from everybody.
How long have you been in PFA?
I completed the program, so it was a year. I still attend community, and some of the we still have it's a get together kind of. So it's like we get there together like every Monday, Wednesday, with the classes that are still going on, and the graduates get to go. So I get to go every Monday and Wednesday still, even though I'm not in it anymore.
So you did successfully complete that program?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I think sorry, Commissioner. I think I read that is PFA hoping to have you back as a mentor after you complete your substance use programming? Did I read that correctly?
Yeah, that's what my counselor said. He would like to have me back, but I would like to go back, but I also want to get things in order for when my release does come up. And if I could get the barber program or any other programs that are going to help me with my life outside of here, I would kind of like, if I could still attend the community and the other programs they offer, but I would like to focus more. I feel like I have the tools now that I need, to like keep myself grounded and like have a better understanding of how things work in the world. But I would like to, like I said, learn more things, trades or stuff to get me prepared for jobs,
No, I appreciate that. So, and I recognize your situation is a tough one because you have the potential of being deported. Do you feel? Do you have a potential support system? If you are deported to Mexico, like if you've given thought in terms of what that would look like and the sorts of resources you'd need to have in place so that you can be successful?
From what I understand, my dad, he's been really successful with his like working and like renting stuff, or like, so he's been able to build a house down there for me if that was the case, in the same state there my family resides, even though I do not know I haven't seen my family since I was 7. And I never really kept contact with them, but they know I'm here. They know that I have the possibility of being released or just waiting till my out date comes, and they're willing to help me and be there for me. Well, I can honestly tell you that I don't know the dynamic down there or what it's like, because I haven't been there myself in so long, and pretty sure things changed,
Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions? At this time, I'd like to provide one last opportunity, Mr. Cruz, for you to provide any information or Any final comments to the board before we close the discussion? Anything that you would like else that you'd like to offer?
I would like to tell you guys that my change that might not to you guys might not be like, so obvious, but just want you guys to know that I do want to change. I am changing, and I want to be a better person. And I understand that, what you guys see is what's on paper, and that I'm more than that, and that I have a lot of people to support me. They want to see me succeed, and I would like to thank you guys for having me. I appreciate you guys' time.
Thank you, and I just can say that I think you're making significant progress, and I think I can definitely see that. So with that, I'm going to close the discussion and open it up for board discussion and deliberation. And during that time, the board will not entertain any questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I'd open the floor to the board.
Well, I'm wondering if we can deny parole but continue to his outdate with the hope that he'll get into CD treatment, because he sounds like he would like to get that under his belt, and maybe money management skills, and some of the other recommendations from
vocational stuff, I think, struck me too. The barbering. Yeah.
Can you get into the barbering?
I would really like to. We'll see what we can do. I'd like to, get him through whatever treatment need he may have, and if we can get him, get him into barbering, I'd like to build on his motivation to do that, and so.
And he can do that anywhere. I mean, that's.
Yeah, he could, whether he goes to Mexico or wherever it may be, that's a skill he could use. And if not, I would just encourage the team to work with him in terms of, is there another, vocational program that we could get him into if it would be not possible to get him into them, but there may be some other options in terms of building trades or other types of things that he may have an interest in, but they can explore that. But I certainly would encourage and try to do whatever influence I can to see him get to be able to realize that goal.
He had mentioned printing as a second.
That's at Moose Lake, so that would be another option.
Yeah, that's.
I'm just wondering about the reference to moderate risk of future violence. The risk is that violence might be severe as high.
I think that's in a lot of the assessments you see that with cases like this where there has been previous loss of life behavior, that if there is a risk of violence, that violence could be pronounced or significant, repeat kind of stuff. The other thing I think is that I really at least appreciate, I think, the recognition that but he knows that there's going to be this pull, and I think that's why I think the more we can double down on investing and building on his successful PFA experience, and whatever that looks like, and that he use the time that he has left in the best way possible, it makes a lot of sense.
I was struck by his supervisor's letter of support for him, where he said he's pleasant to be around, makes the day enjoyable for everybody. I mean, that he's coming with some really great personality pieces as well, which are portable also. So I think, and he's got more resources both in Mexico and the DR to draw from. So that's positive.
One of the things I didn't see, and maybe I'll just ask, fully fluent in Spanish. And I mean, that may seem like a dumb question, but maybe not. You are? Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
that's good.
Yeah.
So there's is that a motion?
I was trying to.
Okay.
I did.
Okay, that was we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
And there is a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Vote of the members. Board Member Bray.
Yes.
Board Member Larson.
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead.
Yes.
Board Member Nelson.
Yes.
Board Member Struford.
Yes.
And Schnell votes yes. It's a unanimous vote. Mr. Cruz, we want to just really, I think, speak to your success to date and really build on that PFA experience. I appreciate the work you're doing and anything we can do to help you move through your time and use that in the most positive way. We want to make sure we do that. And I would encourage you to take an active role in that too. If there's something you see, reach out to your team and ask them about how you might be able to get into that. If there's any problems, write to me or Ms. Holmes Larson and HRU, and we'll see what we can do to help you. Okay?
Thank you, appreciate it.
Good luck to you, sir.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Release date 2027.
He did it.
Yeah, May 27.
Our next review is slotted for
2:30.
2:30. Can we take a short break?
We can take a short break.
All right.
What? I don't think we need to wait till 2:30 though, do we?
No, I'd like to get back and see if we can get online in 10 minutes or so, if that works for everybody.
Yes, please. Are you okay, Chris? Let me ask you. So, Chris,
And they're not there.
His son was sitting.
I talked to him.
Oh, did you?
For just a quick second.
Yeah.
I think so. You know, I'm used to like black hair, you know.
I know
but,
that, yeah. Elbows the one who started.
Yeah, he went to then we named it after him. The name got changed. Yeah, he was until he died. Oh, how big is he got in a Bible study out at Folkestone?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was very. So, but he's still on this public case.
Oh, God, yes. Like these guys, these two, the rest of the guys.
Does he claw your?
No, I got all kinds of like
some of our
these things.
Yeah.
But it's not more like
After people just have to
so it's not
yeah.
because
That doesn't make sense. What'd you do for Thanksgiving?
the PFA's really doing a great job. Actually reduces. This is really pretty remarkable. So that's why the reassessment comes in.
Yeah.
Because if we can freeze space up in our inpatient trauma to put them in a couple of units both. It just makes a big difference to get behind people into the inpatient side.
you know, anyway, whole big thing. Anyway, it's way too much, you guys.
Yeah.
But
initially it's like 200 over 2 years. So yeah, I reached so many.
Okay.
It sounds like just really expanded.
Yeah, they really
On
expanded.
Thanksgiving Day, because I flew out.
You know, they run the classes and there's, like he talks about working people. That's the the only reason he's still.
So we went
I don't know.
But he,
friends groups.
you know,
We went to
active
go
back.
and it was like 5 o'clock. It was almost time for dinner. And I was up on the
No, not really.
so dizzy.
It's 2:28 now.
Yeah.
So we're supposed to be a half
Here we
hour
go.
early.
Here we go.
And
Oh, is there somebody in there? I just
Somebody
saw
just
one.
walked in. All right, can you hear us? At the facility, can you hear us?
They might be muted.
We can hear you.
All right, thank you, Margot. I appreciate that.
We cannot see you though, but that's I think that's your end.
Yeah.
I look like that.
Do I? Really? My hair look. I got better hair than that.
I can't help them with
All right, are you able to see us at this point?
No, we are not.
I can't do anything about that.
I haven't ran this for so long and the clericals are all gone, so I don't know exactly what's the deal.
I can't. There's nothing that I can do.
Is John in there?
John's in the sky.
Somebody.
They have to do it like in the room on their devices.
Like I said, I don't know.
Can somebody from Minute guide them at all?
John, can you help them at all? I don't. No, he can't. He said no. There's nothing. He doesn't.
This TV is even on.
Wait, let me try.
There
it is. So it might have timed out. Thank you.
Okay, are you able to see us now?
No, but it is warming up. Oop, something's.
It's coming on.
There we are. We can see you now.
All right, thank you, everybody.
TV timed out.
Good afternoon, Rebecca Holmes-Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release on the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Mr. Miles Edinburgh, who is present by video at the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Rush City. Mr. Edinburgh, I understand is it your advocate and mother present with you today?
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Owsley?
Yes,
Great, thank you for participating today.
absolutely. You're welcome.
Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with board members Christine Bray, member Andrew Larson, member Cheryl Ramstead, Juvenile Expert member Jody Nelson, and Juvenile Expert member Donald Strufert. Our records indicate that on July 20th of 2008 at approximately 12:50 a.m., Wilmer police officers in Candido County responded to a report of a stabbing at an apartment complex. When officers arrived, they found a group of people standing around the victim, Adam Milton, who was lying prone on the ground with his shorts and shirt covered in blood. Emergency medical ambulance personnel arrived and Adam was transported to the Rice Memorial Hospital. Police spoke with numerous witnesses and learned that Adam Milton and several others were having a get-together when Miles Edinburgh and two other males showed up to the get-together. They were asked to leave. A fight then began and Adam Milton was stabbed during the altercation. Edinburgh was discovered hiding under a car in a driveway and police later recovered the knife. At 1:44 a.m., Adam passed away. On December 2nd of 2009, Miles Edinburgh was sentenced to 360 months for the offense of second-degree murder in Candido County District Court. Due to new legislation regarding individuals who were juveniles at the time of their offense, Mr. Edinburgh now has the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervised Release Board after serving a minimum of 15 years. Today's review represents his initial review after serving approximately 16 years of incarceration. His confinement release date was originally November 13th of 2028. Given the changes by the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Mr. Edinburgh is eligible to be considered for release as of July 19th of 2023. On March 10th of 2019, Mr. Edinburgh was charged and later sentenced to 21 months for his involvement in the introduction of methamphetamine into MCF Rush City. This sentence was to be served concurrent. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner?
Mr. Edinburgh, how are you today?
I'm a little nervous. I'm good, though.
Okay. Well, why don't we just start off by asking you to tell the board what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
I guess two things, honestly. That if I'm having a review of who I am, I'd like to give an honest, open, and an accurate review of who I am and how I've grown from being the young child, the young 17-year-old boy who was incarcerated to being the 34-year-old man that I am today. And secondary, I think I'd like to, if I have an opportunity to earn my freedom, if I have an opportunity to gain my freedom, then I would love an opportunity at that, you know what I mean? But I understand that requires, my full transparency, my full honesty, and to me just being genuine and just giving it my best, you know what I mean? And being accountable for the mistakes that I've made, but also responsible and accountable for the lessons that I've learned. So I'd say just an accurate review, an honest review, and of course my freedom if that's an opportunity.
So why don't you start by telling us what an accurate review looks like?
An accurate review looks like for me is it's me owning my mistakes, me owning my poor decision making, me owning my hard-headedness, my flaws, but also me being honest and genuine about how I've grown from that and the lessons that I've learned from that, because it's not pretty at all. Like, you can look at my review, you can look at my history, it's not pretty at all, but there's so much more than just who I am on paper. It's the progress that I've made as an individual And the lessons that I've learned, it's the suffering, it's the pain, it's the hardship, all of that comes behind into this. And not just my pain and not my hardships, even my mother and even the victim and the victim's family and my community, you know what I mean? So if I'm going to paint an accurate picture of who I am, give an accurate review of who I am, then all of that has to be taken into consideration. And I acknowledge that, you know what I mean?
So tell us who you are beside what's on the paper.
Trying. I'm trying with everything that I have to do better for myself, and not just myself, but my loved ones, my community, even the interactions and the rapport that I have with staff. I'm trying to do a better job at it because I realize now that it doesn't have to be so hard. It doesn't have to be so miserable. It doesn't have to be so detrimental, so damaging. That there's an easier, more healthy, more positive, more productive and constructive way to just go about these things that I didn't know before. When I was 24, 25, 26 years old, I honestly didn't have the tools to cope with the hardship. You know what I mean? I really didn't. I genuinely didn't. 24, 25, 17, 18, 19 years old, I didn't know any better at all. And so I was learning everything the hard way. Everything the hard way. Everything, even the small things about the value of my relationships, the value of communication, and even learning how to communicate in an effective way where it doesn't have to be a lose-lose and I don't have to throw my life away or someone else gets hurt. Like, I didn't know any better, you know what I mean? And honestly, there was times where I didn't even care. And I didn't care because I didn't know any better. Because I was 18, 19, 20 years old, stuck in a box, and that's all I could see and all that I could fathom and all that I could just really just understand, and the misery and the pain that comes from that. So who I am now is I'm a better man today than I was yesterday. I'm a better man today than I was 10 years ago. That's who I am now. And I'm trying to do a better job for tomorrow as well, because I understand now that that's an opportunity, that that's an option. I understand now that it doesn't have to be so hard. Before I didn't know any better. I know better now.
So you share that, and I appreciate that. The question I have is, how does that relate to the second thing that you wanted to have, and that's that notion of wanting to be able to gain your freedom? What do you think? What do you believe we should be considering when we think about whether or not you are in a place where your freedom, your earlier release should be on the table? Are you there? Are you? Would you even be a safe option to consider for any type of release? And if not, what should we be looking for in order to make that determination that you're ready to go?
I think the first part, if you're going to consider my release, honestly, I've learned to look at things at the big picture and not just how the things affect me or my family. But if you're going to consider my release, the community at large has to be taken into consideration. The community that I'll be released into, the environment that I'll be released into, and the support system, the groups, and then also myself as well. So it's kind of going from the macro to the micro, looking at it as far as, okay, all interests, you know what I'm saying, whether he'll affect the community, how the community will affect him, the support system that he have, how that will affect me, how it will affect them, and also who I am as an individual. So it's kind of like, you know what I mean, going from the macro to the micro. And whether I'm ready or not, I honestly do believe that I am. I believe that I am because I've suffered. I've made a mountain of mistakes. I made a mountain of mistakes, and I made a mountain of bad decisions. But along with those bad decisions and those mistakes was a mountain of consequences, a mountain of repercussions, a mountain of just hardship, a mountain of suffering, a mountain of just pain that I endured, that I put myself through. And through that, it was a mountain of lessons learned, more than anything. Like the pain that I've suffered, the pain that I've caused to my mother, my family, the victim's family, you know what I mean? Like the victim himself, like the community itself, like just the pain that I've caused, the pain that I've endured. Like there's so much of that, and there's a mountain of it. Like just, I'm honestly, I don't know how I was able to endure it, but thank God that I was. But there was so much of it. But there was equally a mountain of lessons learned, where it taught me the value of my relationships, the value of just having a healthier and a better life, where it doesn't have to be like this. I don't have to suffer day in and day out in my relationships or in my life. That I have options, I have opportunities. There are other avenues where I can do better, where we could do better, and we could have something so much better. So I know that now. I genuinely didn't know this at 24 or 25. I didn't. I genuinely didn't know this. You know what I'm saying? And there was times even throughout my incarceration where I was so depressed and I was so hopeless, or I didn't even care, where I felt like I had so much time to do, where I felt like I was going to die in here. You know what I mean? I did, and I can't even lie about it. And my discipline record and all the trouble that I've got into, those are my growing pains. Those are me trying to find a better way of coping. And honestly, it was the hard way. It's not a necessary way, but it was the way I had to go through it. And I could say it's made me a better individual. I could say that I've learned from it. But at the same time, I just wish I didn't have to do that all to myself and do that to the victim, do that to the victim's family, even my mom here. Like, it was just so much pain and suffering across the board that everyone endured. My community, my family, his family, my friends, even my son. My son is 17 years old. 17 years old. He's the same age I was when I was incarcerated for murder. And now I look at that and it blows my mind. Oh man, it blows my mind. Like I couldn't comprehend. I couldn't even fathom him doing a quarter or a fraction of the things that I did. And it would break my heart. And so I can see the difference now that I am today versus the difference that I was before. So you ask me if I think I'm ready. I think I'm ready because I've suffered. I think I'm ready because I've endured so much pain, albeit unnecessary. It taught me a lot of valuable lessons. It taught me that there was so much more better.
So I get this, but I'm confused because I really appreciate the insight that you kind of did it the hard way, right? I get that. But how does that relate to you being ready for release?
That I know now there's an easier way. I know there's a better way. I know there's a more successful, a healthier, constructive way. I know this. I'm aware of this, and I choose this. I choose a healthier way. I choose a better way. Although I'm not perfect, I know I'm not at all, and I'll make mistakes. But I'm not going to make mistakes in my past. So me being prepared for release is I know better now, and I want better now.
And so, and that's reflected. How would we see that? Where because oftentimes like we're trying to match up like what we, it's not just what the bad stuff, right? But the ways in which somebody begins to change is oftentimes a reflection of what we see in their behavior and what we hear from them. And I hear the right stuff from you. I absolutely hear the right stuff. But I haven't necessarily seen where the record correlates with what I'm hearing. Does that make sense?
That does make sense. Yeah, I get what you're saying as far as that goes. I could take the classes as far as like, the resources they offer here, Thinking for a Change, things like that. I don't know how, honestly. Me personally, I don't know how I can show you other than my actions and then other than just a course of staying out of trouble, of course of continue to do what I'm doing now. You know what I mean? As far as not like sitting in the shoe or nothing like that, but as far as like being able to, one, stay out of trouble, that's the biggest thing right there. But there isn't so much that I can show you here in prison of the constructive life that I'm living or that I want to live. Of course, I can hold a job. That's easy to maintain a job. I can stay out of trouble. But this life compared to a life in the world is so much more completely different. You know what I mean?
I do and I don't. I mean, I do in the sense that, you know, you're in a controlled environment, but I don't in the sense that you just described the fact that that there's an easy way, an easier way, and a hard way to do your time.
Mm-hmm.
And that you talked about, like, when you were 25, 26 is not the reflection, but I'm looking here at stuff from like May of 2024. So 5 months ago.
There was a fight.
Yeah.
There was a fight. The thing is, and you know, I take responsibility for that all day and tomorrow. My environment hasn't changed. My behavior has changed. And then as far as even that fight goes, I didn't get a chance to swing back. I didn't even swing back. I got hit and I hit the ground. But that fight still reflects on my record as, you know, okay, I'm marked on this record. You know what I mean? Like, that's my environment. Now, I know I can remove myself, and I try to remove myself, but I don't control my environment. I don't control anybody else's behavior but my own. I control my own behavior. When someone puts their hands on me, well, then the fight's already started, whether I've been doing good or doing bad. You know what I mean? And that's the norm in this environment. This is not a positive, healthy, a productive environment. It's not at all. You know what I mean? So only I can do that.
So let me ask this: is the environment affecting every single person at Rush City?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you're telling me that the environment is causing people to be involved in discipline types of behaviors at the same rates that you are?
No, not at all. Because
because that's a distinction, right? Because what ends up happening is, I understand that the environment affects people, but I also don't want to, like, I think you've seen and you talked about it, in fact, where people do time easier ways and the harder ways, and that's one of the distinctions that I'm trying to draw out and understand from you, like. Because I think when we start to see, you know, some of the changes and people wanting to do time the easier way, to go along, to get along, to engage with staff, to whatever that looks like, right? We hear this from people who have been in a long time, in many instances, who had records very similar to yours, but that there was a time at which they said, okay, it can't go on like this. And what I'm hearing you say, that, at least this is my sense, and if I'm wrong, correct me, that if we removed you from the environment and put you in the community, as long as you were around, you know, your family, the good folks, you're a changed person.
No, not at all. Because to be honest with you, I'm still in this environment. And my behavior had to change for myself and for my own sake. So I have to better and improve my own behavior regardless of the environment, regardless of whether I'm here or in the world. Like, I have to improve my behavior. So me being in this environment, the way I cope with it is aversion, to avoid conflict, to avoid unnecessary problems and situations like that, because it's so prevalent here. In the world, they aren't so prevalent, so I don't have to do so much to avoid it, because it's not such a, there isn't landmines outside my cell. There aren't landmines, you know, waiting in line for the phone. You know what I'm saying? There aren't landmines going to work and having to deal with somebody who has anger issues, you know what I'm saying, just like any and everyone else in this environment. So it's not so much the environment, it's how I've navigated and chose to change my behavior in this environment, but also in the world, because the environment isn't going to dictate my behavior no more. It can't. It shouldn't, and it won't, because I need better.
Okay.
I can't. Now when things happen. That's outside of my power. And I'm going to have to handle it as it is and suffer the consequences as it is. Just like anybody in a bar fight who gets into a bar fight in the world, that happens all day, every day. It's best to remove yourself from a bar fight. Just like somebody getting into a fight over the phones in here, that happens all day, every day. It's best to remove yourself from that before it escalates. It's things like that.
Thank you. Anybody else have questions?
Yeah. It's my experience that change can happen out of suffering and pain and remorse, follow me? Or change can happen because of all the negative aversion that's plumbered upon me, all right? And I see you're very aware of that and very cognizant of that. I also see change coming from a sense of attraction or gratitude, of realizing that there is something better for me or for you out there. So I'm just seeing the motivation by aversion more than attraction. Is that a fair picture?
I think it's honestly both, because it's that aversion from the pain, from the hardships and the unnecessary suffering. It's made me so much more appreciative for a better way of going about it. I'm so much more appreciative of the fact that I can communicate and resolve a problem with my words or just with a mutual understanding than with violence, because I've been there before. I've resolved, you know what I'm saying? So for me, I think the motivation of aversion is big, but that motivation of aversion has also produced so much gratitude for a better outlet. I think they're one and the same, honestly. That motivation from aversion has inspired gratitude for a better opportunity, for a better way, because that pain is deep.
Yeah, I agree. I appreciate it's a both and issue. I would like to hear some examples of what you've been grateful for the changes that you've instituted. How has it happened today? How, like the commissioner asked, give me a specific example where you were grateful for your change and the strength you had to do it.
Okay, I've been down for 16, going on 17 years. So I've had hundreds of cellies, hundreds of different strangers that I've had to live in a room with. And right there, I've learned how to communicate in an effective way, in a respectful way, in a productive way where we don't have to come to blows and we don't have to live in a cell, because we're living in a box, in a bathroom with each other. And I just met you today. You're a stranger like I'm a stranger. And we don't have to have a negative rapport. We don't have to have a negative environment about us. So before, I'll give you an example. I think I was like 24, 25 years old. You know,
no, I want one this week, please. Do it immediately. What have you done this week?
What have I done this week?
Excuse me for interrupting, but yeah, what's the last time it's happened?
Recently, what is silly? I'm in a room with someone I dislike completely, right? We don't get along at all. And it's not like we're contentious, but I have to diffuse any of his argumentative ways because I can't feed into that. I can't feed into that, nor can I even like escalate or even like condone that. But I don't want to insult. So what I do now is I tell him, I'm like, hey man, listen, bro, that's you. I agree to disagree. We just agree to disagree, and we don't have to escalate and make this a bad situation. We don't have to do that. And I know you may be dealing with something, and I apologize for that. So recently, dealing with my roommate on a day-to-day basis, whom me and him, if he had it his way, we'd be clashing. If we had it my way, he'd be doing his thing, and I'd be up there in peace. You know what I mean? And so every day, dealing with this individual, he's doing life in prison. He's never going home. He's never going home. And he's miserable. So he brings his misery into the cell, and I have to navigate that, and I have to diffuse that so that we can live in harmony together. If he had it his way, oh man, it'd be bad. So what I have to do is I have to go to the desk. I have to try to apply for a cell move change. But in the meantime, I have to be patient. I have to be understanding. I have to be sympathetic. And I have to communicate with him. I have to be forbearing. Like I have to develop these things within myself so that we can have a peaceful living situation, a peaceful living condition. Because I can't continue to fight any and everybody I don't get along with. Like it doesn't work like that. So every day, like I spend 22 hours a day in a cell with a stranger. And it's my priority to make sure that we live in harmony together. And I do that every single day because I deserve better. He deserves better.
Thank you. I understand what you're saying. Mm-hmm. It's my way, it's his way, and a little bit of opportunity maybe for our way.
Absolutely. It has to be our way. It has to be our way because we live in this room together. We live in this room together. This isn't my room. This isn't his room. This is our room. So I have to be patient enough, and how do I put it? I have to be mindful enough to not let him trigger me, to not let his bad days cause a bad day on me. And not even to take it personally as well. Because he just met me a few days ago. He doesn't hate me. He has no issues with me. He has his own issues that he's struggling with that he may take out on me. That's not a personal reflection on me. I didn't do anything to this man to cause him a bad mood. But I have to be able to endure that, and I understand that. Right? Because otherwise it would have triggered me years ago. Now it doesn't trigger me because now I understand. Oh, you're upset with your own situation. You're not upset with me. Hey, man, listen, bro, I hope the best for you. So that's the difference now. Before that, it caused plenty of fights because I didn't know any better. Now I know better. I'm living with a stranger that I just met, and I have to make sure that this is a positive living environment. I live in that room 22 hours a day. I can't live in this room with tension and be uncomfortable. So I have to learn to communicate. I got to learn patience. I had to not just learn it, but practice it. I had to practice patience. I had to let these things roll off my shoulder and not engage and not escalate because it's a lose-lose. And it's not his responsibility, it's my responsibility. I'm in this situation. So if I got to tolerate him until I get into a different cell, then I'll do it.
I have a question.
Thank you.
Mr. Edinburgh, and I might have read, missed some things in the materials that I read, but I didn't see a lot of things that you have been involved in that like feed you or like input, like some of the various programs. I think you just did Power of People and you did get your GED.
Yes, ma'am.
You do a lot of reading and self-educating.
Wow.
But what other input have you had? Who else has taught you? What other activities have you been involved in that is informing you in the things that you're saying?
You want to be honest with you? Yep. I've done a lot of seg time. And sitting in that cell by myself, thinking about better ways to avoid the situation that I was in, it's done me a tremendous amount of value. And it's crazy because you think like, oh, you got in trouble and you went to the hole and that's a punishment all day and tomorrow. But sitting in that room for 90 days straight, 30 days straight, 60 days straight, all you have time to do is think and read and think and reflect. And honestly, that right there has educated me a lot. It's educated me a lot because you start imagining a better day, a better way, just a better way of going about things. You know what I mean? And I don't mean like criminal things. I mean beneficial, helpful, constructive things. And the relationship with my mother's played a part in that as well. But I sat and I reflected on this for hours, and not just hours, but days and years. It's years.
So it's really you with you that's been your learning in the last many years.
Me with me, but me with God, honestly, because at some point I realized that I couldn't do it by myself. At some point I realized I couldn't do it by myself, that I wasn't enough, that I needed so much more, that my best thinking got me into this. You know what I mean? My best thinking got me into this. So I needed so much more input. Me with God, and me with my mother, me with my girlfriend, me with other positive individuals in my life. I got a friend in here, he's a lifer. And his input has done a lot. To take constructive criticism from somebody, you have to have a level of trust, a level of intimacy, but also just a level of he wants better for you or she wants better for you. And he's given me so much constructive criticism that's helped me. You know what I mean? That like it's changed, it's helped shape and change me. And the same thing with my mother as well. You know what I mean? I'm blessed to have people who are smart, who are educated, who are mature and caring enough to help and support me in that avenue. So these things that I would learn, I would bring to them. I'd bring to my mom, I'd bring to my girlfriend, I'd bring to one of my good friends. I would bring to them, share with them, and ask them like, man, what do you think about this? Because I value their judgment. I value their judgment because they're doing things, and they're doing what I want to do essentially. You know what I'm saying? Like they're free if I'm talking to my girlfriend, my mother, or some of my friends in the world, or some of the friends that I have in here. He has a job. Like this man's had a job for like 15 years. So he's doing something right. You know what I mean? And so it's that right there. It's the input of my support system, but it's also a lot of work on my own behalf. No one else is going to solve my problems. No one else is going to solve my problems.
So just to be clear, so any of the programs that corrections offers have not, there's no, you don't have interest in that?
Oh, I have interest in them. I didn't, to be honest with you, I didn't have interest in them at first until that friend who was a lifer really recommended them to me and told me the benefits of them. You know what I mean? And seeing how much of a difference that it can make, oh, absolutely, I'm interested in them. I've signed up for a lot of them as well. I signed up before I even came down here, before this was a thing and this was in motion. I signed up for him because he was like, listen, man, you could benefit from this. And if you actually look into it, there's so much you can learn from it. And that's something that I've always been open to, is learning. Always been open to learning.
Okay, thank you.
Just following up on the programs, because we don't know you. I don't know you at all. And so all I can go by, besides listening to you, is your record.
It's terrible.
I look at your discipline, and then I look at programs like You Need CD. That's just one. And you haven't done a program, and you haven't been employed at the prison. So I don't see anything here to show what you're saying. Like, I have learned so much. I'm sure you have, but it doesn't reflect at all. And when you just barely mentioned the victim, you said a few times you're sorry about the victim. And I'm wondering, have you not written an apology letter yet?
Didn't even know that was an option, honestly. I'm just now hearing of an apology letter. I'm definitely open to an apology letter.
Okay, at this time, I'm gonna, Mr. Edinburgh, I'm gonna turn to your mom. And just first of all, say thanks to her for being here today. And I wanna open the floor to her to provide her thoughts regarding the changes she's seen in you over the course of time.
Well, thank you all for gathering and hearing my son's case and inviting me to speak to you all. Appreciate it. It's been a long road for me personally and, my family. And the person that Miles was always a good kid. He followed all the rules at home, and he was just a joyous, happy person, and never really had a mean bone in his body. He was a joy, fun person in our whole family. But he was a kid when he came here. And over the years, we talked, practically at least 2 or 3 times a week. And so I've always been there to support him, and I always will. But I noticed a change in him really over the last 5 years, even more so. He's matured so much. During the pandemic, when we didn't get a chance to see each other at all, I couldn't visit or anything like that. But after the pandemic, and they opened the prison back up to visits, and I got to see Miles, he was a different person. He's like, this is a grown man now. He had matured, and he's smart. I saw that he had educated himself, and he's very caring, and I think that he's going to do great things in the world. I think he's got a lot of life left to achieve some great things in this world, because he's very much determined, and he has a great support system. I I bought a home in Wilmer, and he has friends still in place in Wilmer. There are job opportunities there. And you mentioned CD, if that's needed. We have a Project Turnabout CD right there in our community. But I just believe that Miles he's ready to come home. I believe he will work hard. He has endured this time and paid, for what happened that night to Adam. But I truly believe that he is ready, and as far as his thought processes and being a mature adult.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and thanks for being here today.
Yeah.
With that, I want to, Mr. Edinburgh, before the board goes into discussion and deliberation about next steps, I want to briefly open the floor to you for any final comments. Is there anything that you would like to add?
One of the ladies there had mentioned the victim of the family, and the family of the victim, excuse me. And that the man's mother, who I killed, Adam Milton, his mother had wrote me years ago, and I remember when she had wrote me, I couldn't understand. I was like 22, 23. I couldn't understand just the gravity of how deep and how big of an impact I've made. And then when I read that letter and really kind of like experienced her pain, experienced her point of view, experienced her loss, like it made it so much more realer, you know what I mean? And I think right there was one of the moments that I really began to develop empathy for others, and also even empathy and sympathy for the family as well, especially for the victim as well. This man lost his life. And though I didn't mention him earlier, he is not ever far from my mind or far from my thoughts. To be honest with you, I had to pray for forgiveness in order for me to really forgive myself for it. I didn't intend to take that man's life whatsoever. I took that man's life, and I'm responsible for taking that man's life. But it was not my intentions, and it's not something that I wanted. And so the victim and the victim's family, they're important to me. I'm 100% willing to write a victim apology letter. I honestly didn't know it was a possibility. I have no issue with that whatsoever. But they matter to me, because that's someone's son, that's someone's mother, that's someone's brother right there, that's you know what I'm saying? Like, she lost a child, he lost his life. Like, that's an entire family that's been affected by it. Just as much as my family has been affected by it. And just as much, not just our family, but our community as well. You know what I mean? So, like, her name is Rose Milton. That's Adam Milton's mom's name. Her name is Rose Milton. And to be honest with you, I would love to write an apology letter to her. She wrote one to me, and she forgave me. I think it's appropriate that I write one to her and ask her for her forgiveness and to say thank you for it as well. So that's completely, like, I'm 100% okay with that, and I'm 100% willing to do that. And I don't know how to go about it. I don't know where to start. I didn't even know that was a possibility. But though I didn't mention them much, the victim and the victim's family and the impact that I've made upon them is not lost on me whatsoever. You know what I mean? And I hate for you guys to misconstrue that, because it is not. It's not, regardless of how much time that I've done, like, it's not lost. That man lost his life. That mother lost her son. Like, that's huge. Like, you know what I mean? So, aside from that, I appreciate you guys hearing me out and giving me an opportunity to come before you.
All right, thank you so much. At this time, I'm going to close the discussion. During board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain any questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I open the floor to board members to begin discussion about next steps.
Clarification, release date, or he will be released in 2008, is that, or 28, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
I wish there was a way to encourage him to engage in pro-social stuff now that is more than him and his roommate or more than him and one person. I mean, whatever is available and that he would have interest in, that I think, you know, it is about, you know, more people skills. It's about, you know, being humble enough to learn from others, helping some others, whatever, you know, whether the restorative justice piece, which I think is where the apology letter comes out of. He wouldn't know about the apology letter because he hasn't participated in restorative justice. You know, I think if I remember correctly, he took one college course. He could take, I mean, it appears to me that he's college capable. I mean, he could he could do the next 3 years and do nothing, like, I mean, not be engaged in anything and just kind of work his own program, which I think would be unfortunate. Because I think there, at least what we've learned is that there are experiences he could have now that would be very useful to him when he returns to the community. So I'm wondering of a way to, you know, motivate, incentivize engagement, short of saying just run out your time here and do your you program. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I would really like to see more program involvement. I think the fact that he has taken some initiative to, you know, through his leisure activity, you know, reading psychology books, I think that leads me to believe that I think he is desiring to do some of those things. However, I think to your point, I think involvement in programming will really take some of that to a completely different level. I mean, I think you can only get so much through reading. Some of the advantages of program participation is that group involvement and interaction, and honestly, even role playing, some of those sorts of things. I would really like to see that. I think it would really potentially open his eyes even more to some of the things that he's even talked about during the hearing today. So that's something that's really important to me. I've made that clear throughout all the hearings. You know, plus he does have an unmet CD directive. You know, even his response within the risk assessment about, you know, if substance use is a risk, and well, I think the way that he answered it in the comp assessment was that there wasn't, you know, he's going to be on supervision, and so the risk of, you know, losing freedom, he doesn't think that'll be an issue. I mean, I think that there's more to, you know, substance use disorder and the treatment lens that I think he'd benefit from.
I think there's a heavy kind of lack of I mean, I agree with everybody's assessments that he's got some obvious smarts, some capability. I think there is a lack of insight into kind of even some of the things, you know, he says some of the words like I'm making it hard for myself, and but then to see that action like reflect differently in a record is a challenge. And I agree with your assessment around like what is that motivator? I mean, I would like to see him move down to lower custody, but he's going to have to do something there in order to get there. And I think that's the it's got to be one of the hooks, and that is either some demonstration of behavioral change where we don't see what we saw 5 months ago, or we ideally even something more active in the sense of like doing something, participation in RJ, participation in, some type of group programming, whatever that may be, that would be a demonstration of his ability or willingness to engage in a pro-social way so that we could then take a step of moving him to a lower custody level where I think that ability to access college, to access the full kind of range of vocational training is going to be open to him in a very different way.
I think the CD is a big deal because of the discipline and the smuggling stuff. I mean, I think that almost has to come first. But.
Well, I think the PRT recommended that he stay at Rush City until he's discipline-free for several months, even though they don't have a Chem Dep program there. And he has that directive. But they do give him some goals that he could reach during that time at Rush City. Not only remaining discipline-free, but participating in available programming like Thinking for a Change or Restorative Justice. It lists a litany of them. Initiate contact with substance use programming staff. Contact education department regarding anger and stress management. Build positive support system. And create more concrete release plans. So I think what they're recommending is that he initiate these things of his own volition, that they not be presented to him as a fait accompli or made easy for him, but that he show the initiative. And in the meantime, that he stays at Rush City, but remains discipline-free to show that he's ready for that next step of going to a chemical dependency program. So I'd like to move that we continue his matter for 2 years with the understanding that he'll stay at Rush City until he's discipline-free for several months, and then be considered for referral to a chemical dependency treatment place where he could fulfill the chemical dependency treatment directive, and that in the interim, the expectations be those that the comprehensive risk assessment recommended. Second.
And completion initiative to take part in the program, completion of the program, I think likewise important.
Okay, there's a motion and I hear a second. Okay, motion and a second. So the just the caveat here around so that we create some clarity, because his last discipline I think was May or something like that, June maybe.
Yeah.
May. So several months. What does that mean?
6 months. 6.
Yeah. So I think okay we can go. He's at 5. He's at like what 4 now, 4 or 5 months now.
But he can pursue those other things that you suggested he initiate during that time that he's at Rush City, can't he?
Yeah, he can. He could start to do some of that. I just am trying to think about. If we're talking about really in January, he would move if he remains discipline-free.
I think we're saying 6 months from today.
That's
6 months from now. That's why I was okay.
Yeah.
If that's the case, that's clearer.
So it'd be maybe a year from that last one. That'd be about.
Yeah,
like 6 months out. So we're talking roughly.
A year discipline.
Yeah, that's helpful.
Okay.
Major or minor difference or any?
Well, I mean, anything where he gets any type of seg time. I mean, LLP can happen. These things can happen, right? Where somebody gets a loss of privilege, right? So, because there was some, whatever. But at least with him, progress would be not avoiding any type of disciplinary segregation placement. So he would have 6 months from now, and then we would look at, and then encourage him to actively pursue any positive programming that's available there, and begin to research or think about like what it is that he would like to do, whether that is some college classes, some places where he could go where he could get both treatment and some vocational training. I mean, there's options here, so I think, but I think for him to take some initiative, work with his team at Rush to help identify goals around that would be worthwhile. So we have a motion, we have a second, and I think at least a good plan, a clear plan. So with that, let's do a vote. Board member.
Wait, I just want to clarify. Part of he has to initiate discussion would be with CD staff.
Mm-hmm. CD staff, or but even things like if he wanted to look. I mean, I think because sometimes CD might be. Let's say he were able to get moved, he were getting into CD programming. There might be places where he could go where he could do both CD and take advantage of some vocational training, some of that kind of stuff. But CD would be a part of that.
Yeah, that's my concern.
Yeah.
And along the lines that you recommended with respect to developing insight, that he contact education regarding anger and stress management.
That may be behavioral health, but probably a bit more.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting in the report because they referenced getting packets from education and then discussing those with behavioral health.
I don't know that that's we're doing that as much anymore as we were at one point in time, but we can find out.
We can have him encourage him to contact behavioral health regarding management of his emotions.
What about the positive support system that they're recommending? Is that something that...
I mean, I think one of the things that comes out of treatment frequently is the development of your relapse prevention plan, which is oftentimes built upon who are the people in your support network that you could rely on and get feedback from or lean on when things are tough. So I think that happens a lot there. But I think it sounds like that's one of the things that if folks are feeling like if he were able to address some of that CD stuff and all that goes along with it, there's going to be some other benefits.
Support systems of sort of a trust with staff, a trust beyond just an individual to a trust or belonging within a group is what I see most helpful.
That makes sense. All right. We have a motion second, and I think more clarity. With that, Board Member Bray?
Yes.
Board Member Larson?
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead?
Yes.
Board Member Nelson?
Yes.
Board Member Struford?
Yes.
Schnell votes yes. So it's a unanimous vote. Continuance for 2 years. Mr. Edinburgh, you've heard the discussion here. I hope you heard loud and clear that the board sees in you some smarts, right? Really some strong skills, and we want you to build on that and take advantage. And we want to get you to the types of programming that we think could help you put you in a better spot and gain deeper insight and set you up for success as you lead. Okay?
Yep.
Any questions about that?
No.
All right. Good luck to you, sir. Thank you so much. All right.
All right, for all those who are connected, our next review is at 3:30. This person should
They're here. They're ready.
Showing up in person.
All right.
I'm going to remove myself from the board. I want separation, or it's up to you folks. I'm very pleased with the input I've had. It's up to you.
So you're going to recuse yourself?
Yeah.
You like the minutes to reflect you recused yourself?
Oh, this won't be because you won't have a vote here on this is not a juvenile case, right? So
Yeah.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome to stay. You're welcome.
Yeah, sit down. Thanks, money.
Okay. All right. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
All right. We'll get started here in just a second, but just so people understand for the record, the cases we did previously were those cases of juveniles certified as adults. We're now going back into the cases that would have a different quorum requirement, where the juvenile expertise, specifically board member Nelson, board member Struford, are not involved. It's also, I think, important to note that this is a unique case in the sense that board member Struford is connected to this case, and we've had some discussions with him about this and family and so forth, but obviously separating from this action itself. So with that, I'll turn it over to Becky.
Good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes-Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release in the Supervisory Release Board. We are here today to review Guy Allen Sullivan, who's present in person at the Minnesota Department of Corrections in St. Paul, Minnesota. Also present here with us is Mr. Sullivan's friend and advocate, Ms. Cynthia London. I do want to make you aware that it is live streamed, just so you're aware, and this camera behind you is what you see on the screen is close to what people see out on the live stream as well. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with board members Christine Bray, board member Cheryl Ramstad, and also Andrew Larson, who is on the screen behind you, another board member. The Director of Work Release, Mr. Terry Byrne, is also present here. And our records indicate that on June 15th of 1991, in the township of Cornish, Minnesota, Aiken County, Mr. Sullivan and James Swanson kidnapped Karen Struford and forced her into their vehicle. They drove to a wooded area, walked into the woods, raped her and made her kneel on the ground and shot her in the back of her head and neck, causing her death. On November 26th of 1991, Guy Sullivan was sentenced to life in prison by Aiken County District Court after having been found guilty of first-degree murder. Mr. Sullivan has previously been reviewed by the Commissioner of Corrections and his advisory panel 4 times. His initial review was at year 27 and was held on February 12th of 2019. His most recent review was held on June 11th of 2024, where he was continued for 6 months. Mr. Sullivan was placed on work release program on October 31st of 2023 and was moved to phase 2 of work release program on September 23rd of 2024. Today's review by the board represents Mr. Sullivan's 5th review after serving approximately 33 years of incarceration. Mr. Sullivan's minimum parole eligibility date occurred on February 15th of 2022. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner?
Good afternoon, Mr. Sullivan. How are you today?
I'm doing good.
All right. Well, I want to start by asking you the question I've asked you numerous times before. What is it that you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting?
I'd like to be moved on, get on with ISR or whatever they put you on. I think I'm ready for that. I've tried to do anything I can to cooperate. I don't know what else to do, and I try to do all the rules, call in, everything. So I'd like to be moved on.
Okay.
If I could.
What makes you feel you're ready?
I think I've been through treatment, I did, 4 years of treatment, aftercare. I'm in aftercare now. I've learned a lot through the years about people, that I didn't really know when I was younger. Didn't really care back then. I think everything was about me, and I found out different. I had a discussion with
the counselors and therapists, that I was wrong, and it took me a while to understand that, but now I do. And I learned my lesson 30-some years ago, but the problem was I couldn't do nothing about it. So I tried to move on as best I could, try to stay out of segregation, and I didn't want to be in prison, in a prison, I really didn't want that. And I've seen guys come in and out of the hole, and I just didn't want that. I thought I wanted to move on, some way, somehow. Knowing that I had a life sentence, I just tried to do the best I could, stay out of trouble and do everything they want you to do. And that was my thing, but I learned it many years ago, but can't do nothing about it.
What do you think, what are some of the things that have been most instrumental in, because you have, done well, and as you point out, you've done everything that you were asked to do. But what was instrumental in change for you? What were some of the most important things?
Well, learning about people, I really didn't know about, never took the time. Treatment helped me a lot, understand that, because we'd be in a group setting with the therapist, and talking about the crime and everything else. Then talking about my ex-girlfriend, and says, well, did you really love her, I really couldn't even answer that question, and says, well, maybe you didn't, So we get to digging in farther and farther, well, maybe I didn't, But it took her to get it out of me, I really didn't want to go to treatment, but I knew I had to. I didn't know nothing about it. I was scared to go to treatment.
Are you better because of it?
Yeah. I think I got to learn people, and I was always good around people. I always tried to help people, but you get in a situation when you're younger, and you make a wrong call someplace, and being in the wrong company, and I know now that it was all wrong.
So I'm just, and you and I have talked about this before, but the difference between like a wrong call and rape and murder, right? Because we all make wrong calls, right? We make bad decisions or whatever, but what assures us, Guy, that we're never going to see your name attached to any kind of really horrible thing like this?
I know that never happened.
But what is it? Why? Just because you say it's never going to happen? Why?
Why? I think I'm a changed person, from years ago. I'm trying to do the right thing, trying to get along with people, get to know people that I never did before. I got a job. I work with people all the time. I go to the gym. I work with women. Kids and everything else at the gym. And I never had no problem with anybody, And I think during that kind of time that I really learned my lesson about everything. I wouldn't even steal a candy bar anymore. Yet I'd stole plenty of them, which is true. So I love the fact that I could be in my car and having a cop behind me and I'm not nervous. I love that part. Otherwise, I could be in a building with a police officer and I gotta get out of here. I love that part. Not looking over my shoulder all the time. So I know dang well I'm never getting in trouble no more. I'm done. I know it's hard to convince you of that, but I don't know how to just to stay out of trouble and do the right thing.
Well, I think you started to, you've done that through, your time while you were, you have engaged in positive ways, right?
Right.
I
did programming, and I've been in a dog program.
Yeah.
I took try to do everything I could, to get to know me better, and to help somebody else.
I'm glad you said that, because I think it is about getting to know you better.
Yeah.
And that is a big part of this. Right?
Maybe I didn't know myself, when I was young. I really didn't. But I've learned through the years, in prison, it probably helped. I know it scared the heck out of me, I understand that, but.
What potential risks do you face? Challenges? Challenges. As you look at the near-term future, the next couple, 3 years?
Computers. I'm trying to get used to computers. That's a big thing nowadays, that I'm struggling with, but we're trying to get through it, with help with other people, which I would never have. I'd never even asked for help years ago. Now I ask for help, and to see what somebody else has to say about things. Now I listen, which I wouldn't listen before. And that helps. It's a good feeling. It really is. The only thing I can tell you, I know I'm done with trouble. I'm done with everything, I just want to do the best thing I can. Be a good citizen, That's all I want.
What kind of support or help do you think you're going to need?
Well, I get a lot of support from Cynthia and Daniel and Tony, her boyfriend, and friends. I got a lot of more friends, even outside of prison now, from the job and ex-employment, and they're all, even my ex-boss, he found me a job at Soldiers Trucking because he knew I was a good worker, So I got in there. I proved myself in there,
Yeah.
So I just want to prove to everybody that I can do it,
And I just would say that, I had the chance, I visited your previous work site. That was the last time I think I saw you in person.
Yeah, Jay Grossman.
Happened to be working over at MERS, right?
He's helped me a lot.
Yeah.
Jay has, through the time I was there. And he knew I'd do good things, and that's why he wouldn't, like he told me, he says, I just don't tell anybody and put you in another job. He says, you got to earn that, which I did.
Yeah.
And I'm proving to the new boss that they made the right call, So yes, I'm ready to go forward with everything, I just want to do good.
And they were very positive about you. I noticed that you've been doing a lifer group in the community.
Yes.
How was that like for you?
It's different than being in prison.
Yeah.
Because you can ask questions. The other guys that's been out in the community. Even though I really didn't talk to many of them in prison, but I talk to them now. Maybe I had the wrong impression of them in prison. That I was wrong. But well, this guy's good. What was I thinking all these years?
Yeah.
And I've did 30 years with these guys.
Yeah.
But in prison, it's a different animal. And me, I kind of stayed to myself. Unless I had good friends that I had like 5 or 6 good friends in there. Still do. They call me all the time and ask me questions how I'm doing, and I just keep telling them to do the right thing and do the good. Because I got a good buddy. He's coming up for parole here in August 25. He's another one's been in for 30-some years. I says, just keep doing what you're doing. You're doing good. So I try to help them. That's all I want.
Yeah. And I think that I'm glad that you are doing that group, because I think one of the things, for me, it's just that, like you said, there's a whole group of guys that have gone through long periods of incarceration.
Right.
And have been through what you're dealing with now in terms of this transition and change and all of that stuff.
And they're all curious of what I've been doing, And tell them I'm just doing what I'm supposed to be doing, you know, and jumping through all the hoops you can and do the right thing.
Yeah.
You know, says, well, they keep asking me questions about, you know, parole and work release and everything else. I tell them, I says, it's okay, just do what you're supposed to be doing. And don't listen to your younger buddy that's been in trouble all the time.
Yeah. Can I ask you about, you know, because you talk a lot about like staying out of trouble, which again, I seriously applaud. But I wonder like where the motivation to stay out of trouble comes from. Now,
I think scared.
But
you know,
really,
you know, you're scared of getting into trouble. You know, you're going through the same thing I just come out of, and you never forget about it. Never do. Prison's always back of your head, you know, back of your mind, you know, where you come from, you know. Because I look at it, you know, before I went to prison, yeah, I was wild and everything else, and I really didn't pay attention to the law too much. But now on this, you know, on that side of the fence, you know, on the prison side, you do a lot of thinking about everything, you know.
Let me just challenge your thinking just a little bit on this. No, I appreciate that you care about the law, and I think we should. But I'm going to use like probably all of us. We all know that whatever the speed limit is the speed limit. And I would wager that there are times that despite the fact that we know what the law is and what the speed limit is, probably most all of us have violated that. And maybe even with some intent because we were running late or whatever the case may have been. And so, like, and I don't really want to get a ticket. None of us want to get a ticket, right? So
no.
Fear, and I use this example because the question becomes, is it the fear of the punishment, or is it what you owe, the obligation, the responsibility you have to something bigger?
True. You know, you're the people that you care about.
Okay, so to whom do you owe doing your best?
I owe them all my support. You know, Cynthia, Tony, Daniel. I think you let them all down. You know, everybody around you let down. You know, even Don Struford, you know, I'd let down. You know, and I never want that. You know, so some guys probably don't think of that. You know, but I do. I think all the time. You know, you never get rid of that.
Glad to hear that, because I think that's, as we've said before, I think you know what you took away, as you know, you can never replace or repay. But you know, as we've talked about and discussed with you and I have, is that the fact that you owe your best life, and that means a social life, a life that is for the good of everybody.
That's all I want. You know, I should have seen him years ago. Yeah, I couldn't do it. I sure see it now, though.
Others have questions for Mr. Sullivan?
I do, because we're new to the board, so I didn't have a lot of your psych history. And when I first started reading, seeing the person you are today, I kept thinking, what was going on with him back then? And you described it somewhere as wild and crazy, and it was a growing thing, and when you're a teen, you do wild things, but you were 25 at the time. So I'd be curious what you'd say today about what was going on with you when you were 25 years old and raped and murdered.
I wish I could tell you. There was no thinking involved. That's the whole problem. You know, and even jails didn't help, you know, because I think I had more fun in jail, you know, because I remember my dad coming to visit me in jail, and I was washing cop cars and ambulances and drinking soda pop and eating donuts or whatever, you know. My dad would coming up smoking a cigar and says, "You kids don't learn what the hell's going on." He says, "What do you mean by that?" He says, you're drinking pop, you're washing cop cars, and you guys are having fun." I says, "Well, I did 90 days of it, you know." He says, "Yeah, but did you learn anything?" He says, "I hope you did, you know, because I don't want to keep coming back to visit you in jail, you know." But, you know, when you're a teen, you know, and you just keep doing bad things.
But you were 25, I
Yeah,
think.
you were 25. You weren't a teen.
I remember going to jail the first time. I think I was 21, you know, and I did 90 days. Then I went back, I think it was like 3 years in a row I went to jail for stealing cars or snowmobiles, whatever, you know. But then you're out for the fun of it. It's not really the money, it was the fun of it, doing it, you know. The money was nice, but it didn't do any good. You know, just like when I was in the Scared Straight program in Oak Park Heights back in the early 90s, you know. The kids were coming in to the prison, and we're talking to them, you know. I always think, you know, I wonder if I ever hit one of them kids, you know, and turn their life around, you know. I always think that, you know, because we tried, you know. That was that Scared Straight program years ago. But even back there in the 90s, you know, I was always trying, you know. I thought, you know, somebody maybe didn't talk to me, you know. It maybe scared me straight, you know. So, I don't think they do that anymore, but, you know, maybe somebody should have talked to me.
I don't think, I mean, your dad did, right? I mean,
He tried, you know, he tried his best, and Mom did too, you know. I quit when I was 14, I quit school, 13, 14, and my dad told the board, says, "What do? How do you keep a kid in school if they don't want to be there?" You know, the superintendent says, "Well," he says, "I got a deal for him if he'd take it." He says, "You can try." He says, "I've tried everything." He says, "Well," he says, "Guy," he says, "How about if you go to school, you know, Monday through Thursday, you have Friday off, and you only go to school from 2 o'clock. And you won't go to the high school, you went to a learning center. How about that? And you're with your girlfriend there too." You know, I says, "Okay, I'm on board," you know. Then I found out my girlfriend was there, you know, for burning down lockers in high school.
So tell me about, like, your social life. What does that look like, and what do you want it to look like?
Right now?
From now and into the near term future.
I don't really want to try to get tied down. I mean, I got a lady friend now I talk to, that I've been talking to for years. She lives in Wabasha. I mean, she's been behind me, you know. She's about the same age I am, you know. So I talk to her all the time, you know. We always have a good time talking, you know.
So are you hoping that becomes something more?
I don't know. You know, I really don't look that far, you know. And I've been trying to get myself straightened out. And you know, a lot of guys get out of prison, you know, and they get somebody pregnant, and all of a sudden they're getting in a sloop again, you know, and you're looking for disaster again, you know. Now you got a kid on the way, and I'm not married. You just did 30 years in prison. I thought, really? This was when I was at Repower, you know. I thought, oh boy. So that kind of scares me, you know, because I don't even get myself done yet. You know, I can't commit to anybody until I get myself done.
So how will you know what that looks like, and what's your strategy or plan for how you're going to manage that?
Well, I think I'm trying to do a good job now, you know, got a good job, trying to save some money, you know, and trying to turn things around, which I've been doing, you know. I got a new job and making more money, paying rent, you know, on time, taking care of my car, and everything that I'm supposed to be doing, you know, and try to save money as much as I can. You know, but I still don't think I'm in a situation to have a relationship. You know, and I've told her that, you know, she understands.
Right, and so is Alpha Emergence working, are you talking with them about that as part of your aftercare stuff?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
So that's the stuff I'm talking about, Guy, is like, as you start to think about what you're expanding your life, right?
Right.
That you're really relying on and getting feedback and connection and talking about what that looks like.
Oh yeah, we talk all the time, you know, as psychologists we talk, you know, and the treatment, you know. I don't use it as treatment, you know. I just use it as socializing, you know, talking.
How to manage your life.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. You know, and then my therapist, you know, she's on board. She says, you're doing a hell of a good job, you know. And every couple of weeks, you know, and I went to once a month now because they finally graduated me to once a month. So that's cool, you know. So, but she says, I'm always here. She says, you make a phone call no matter what happens. She says, you call me. So I got her number, and so I've been trying to do everything I could, you know.
Mr. Sullivan, I had a question for you. So one of the things, and I think fellow board member Bray kind of mentioned, you know, we're kind of coming into this quite a ways along in your transitioning process. We don't have access to all of the same information that we typically would, and I'll be honest, like that has made this really, really hard for me. But one of the things, when I look through the packet that we have, one of the things that kind of jumps out to me is very early on in your life, I get the impression that you were very easily swayed by negative influences, both in the commission of the offense in which you're currently serving a prison sentence for, but then even before that, with some of the theft-related charges. I read the sentencing transcript, and the judge really admonished you, saying, like, hey, you're going to spend the rest of your life in prison if you continue to associate with these negative people.
Right.
What assurance is there that you're no longer going to associate with negative people?
I just try to move on and try to do the right thing, you know, and I try to turn them around. You know, if I can, you know. I know I never do that anymore. You know, I don't want to be around negativity no more. I'm always around positive people, and that's what I want. I mean, sure, it's easy to get back in bullshit again, you know, what I call it, you know, but I don't want that. I don't want to go backwards. I want to go forwards.
All right, thank you.
Are you talking to, in addition, you know, you'd have an agent, right? And so I know in the halfway house you have staff at the halfway house, you have your work release agent. Are you having conversations with them about what's happening in your life?
Sure.
Not just what's the, you know, the business of being on work release, but what's happening in your life. Is that happening?
Yeah, I think so. Yes. You know, I'm not there yet. You know, I'm just really starting. You know, getting, you know, working all the time, and, you know, trying to do the right thing. You know.
I know that you signed the lease for the housing program that Reentry operates, which I think it makes sense, right? As a starting point. As I recall from previous meetings, you had even saved quite a bit of money even before, while you were in.
Sure.
So that sounds, I mean, seems like it's in a good place. It sounds like, is your new place, your new work, do they provide health insurance at some point?
No, I got my own insurance.
You did, yeah, I'll get it.
Through Health Partners.
Okay, all right.
Because their insurance was too high.
Okay, all right, so you're able to get something else. I'm gonna talk to Cynthia here in a second, but I wanna ask you something about this. The ways in which you rely. What are the ways in which you rely on Cynthia for support?
One of the ways?
Yeah. What are the ways? In what ways does she help or support you?
I think she's just there. You know, and I ask questions. You know, I ask Cynthia. She's like a mom to me. You know, so I mean, that's what I do with my mom and dad. You know, but they're passed away now.
Yeah.
But I treat Cynthia just like a mom. And Daniel like my son, you know.
Yeah.
So I think they've helped me. I wouldn't know what to do with all of them, to tell you the truth. You know, when you first get out of prison, you got, you know, get all your IDs together and everything. I don't even know where you start. She helped me through all this, you know, and I'm grateful for that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I can't say anything better. I think that person needs that. You know, when you come out of prison.
Yeah, no doubt. One of the things that the report indicates is that you know, Cynthia's really been helping you like with your financial stuff.
Yes, I didn't know nothing about finance. I didn't really care years ago about finances. You know, my mom had her hand out. You know, and says, "Well, you got your truck payment coming. Where's the money?" You know, she'd tell me that. I'd give her money. You know, you got your insurance coming. She'd have money out. You know. So even when I was younger, I still made good money, but I got to get mom the money.
Yeah. So one of the things for me is that you need to own this. That doesn't mean that you don't rely on getting help and that kind of thing, but it's in the end, like you need to be in a place where you're managing your own money and handling that. Because how old are you now?
58.
58. And so it's critical that you do that. And you know, that's going to be, I mean, for me, one of the things that just has to happen. And, you know, and I think the other thing is the extension of your social networks. I mean, right now it seems like it's Cynthia and her son, and you have Mr. Struford, and then you have, you know, some of the other lifers and stuff like that. A lot of your families is gone, as you've talked about before.
I do contact my cousin. I just went to visit him last weekend, 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm. 2 weekends.
So I'm getting involved with him now. You know.
Where's he at?
He lives in Mounds View.
Okay.
He's 72. I think he's 72, 73. Anyway, I'm just connecting with him now and his family. You know, and I got another cousin on my mom's side. I went to see this past summer. I went there and went to the cabin. I didn't know where she lived, and I didn't have her address. I didn't have her phone number, but I knew where the cabin was, and I knew she'd be there, and she was there. You know.
So I mean, I think continuing to build out your network.
Oh, I'm definitely trying. You know, I don't have much left anymore, but what I got, I'm trying to hold on to. You know, because they're a big, even though they're distant cousins, but they're still there. You know, I mean, Bonnie was happy in hell to see me when I went to the cabin. She says, "Is that guy?" I was standing on the dock. You know, and they come up in a pontoon. You know, and I said, "Yeah." Says, "Wow, where have you been?" You know, she knows where I've been, you know, but she says, "You haven't called." I says, "I lost your number." I says, "I just got here now," you know. She says, you even knew where the place was." I says, "Well, yeah, I just took a chance right here." And then her brother was there too, he's 61. I got to meet him, for haven't seen him in 30-some years. I haven't seen Bonnie or his sister, for all them years. Because they don't come to prisons to visit. They don't like to do that. And I get it, So you kind of lose track of family that way too, because they don't want to come to prisons. They don't even want to go to hospitals,
I have one quick question, really quick. How long have you been in Alpha in treatment, sex offender treatment?
Because I've been in.
How many years?
I did 4 years in treatment inside.
Okay, that's what I thought.
And then I did a year aftercare, and now I'm doing another year aftercare. And I've been in it for 6 months, so I just went to once a month now.
Great. Thank you.
Yes.
You have questions about anything related to process?
I just hope it all goes good, I don't.
So here's the thing. That when you say that, it makes me nervous because there should be no hope is not a strategy, guy. And so at this stage of the game, hoping it's going to go well is a passive way of thinking about this. And you and I have talked about this before. And while you're doing well, but you have to be active in terms of, look, this board is going to be asked here shortly to make a decision about whether or not to put you on parole. And I can just tell you, Paul Schnell wants to be assured, not that you hope it goes well.
Well, I always use hope. I think I've always used it for years. Maybe I shouldn't use it, And
nothing wrong with the word, but I want to know that this is a smart decision.
I can for sure everybody that I'm going to do good. There's no doubt about that. I just hope the panel, believes me, but it's a good thing, I'm doing good. There's nothing wrong. I just want to be on the right side of the law. Just keep going forward. And I'll prove it to you.
Anybody else have questions or thoughts? Cynthia, anything that you want to add for the benefit of the board?
The only thing I can say is that the last 2 months now, I've been making Guy take care of his own finances. He has to go to the bank by himself. He has to use the ATM by himself. He has to make sure he subtracts his bills from his checking account. So I make sure he is moving forward that part on his own so he don't rely on me to run to the bank for him, get everything that he needs. He has to be responsible for it. And he has been.
It's been hard.
And he has me check everything, which, I'm fine with checking it, but at least he's trying to do it on his own. And that's the main thing, is independence. He knows I'm going to be here no matter what. He's stuck with me, and if, like I tell him, if you screw up, I'll kick your ass. Plain and simple.
And I think
I've got a lot on the line, and you've been doing great, and you're going to continue to do great. Just quit being negative about everything. Plain and simple.
Do you see him sometimes falling into negativity?
Falling what?
Falling into negativity.
Once in a while. And then I'll say...
Frustration,
maybe. Yeah, frustration. And I'll say, well, what do you got? Why are you being so negative? You should be happy. You have a place to live. You have a good paying job. You have insurance, you got transportation. What more could you want? You should be happy.
I just never thought I'd get that far.
It was a struggle to get you that far.
All right, Guy, anything before we cut you off and have our own kind of conversation that you can sit here and watch, but anything you want to say to us before we do that?
I'd just say you never do the wrong thing that parole me, because I'm going to do the right thing. I don't know who else was going to do the right thing. I know I am. I don't know how else to put it. But it's a sure bet. Because I'm done with everything.
All right, with that, I would stop that and move the board into discussion and deliberations about next steps.
Would a motion be in order to move that we parole him at this juncture?
Yep.
Without anything further?
Yeah, you could
Should there be caveats?
Just that I think we can set conditions would be pretty standard, and HRU can do that. We would need that 60 days out advance
60
for
plus.
60 plus, because it's going to be going to another county. So maybe we do a little bit more than that.
Yeah, 90 or less when you have an agent approved.
Yeah. So make it 90 or less based on an agent approved plan. So if it ends up being less, then once that's done, it's done.
So moved.
Would it be SR or ISR?
ISR.
ISR, okay.
Which would be standard for these releases. ISR would be the standard.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I just want to say that I think the fact that you have been engaged in the work with Mr. Struford over the years says a lot, means a lot in this process, I appreciate you doing that. I appreciate him engaging you in that. And I think, to your point, there's a lot of eyes on you. And a lot of people have an expectation that, based on what you did, that you continue to make the kinds of progress and demonstrate a commitment to your best life because of what you did to Karen and the havoc you wreaked to the family and to your community. And that, that the conditions that we put together be fully complied with, and that you fully cooperate with your agent. That stuff will be laid out for you as part of this plan. But that becomes critical, and it's one of the ways you demonstrate going forward. Any questions about that?
No.
Okay.
And I assume with the board that the expectation would be to continue with Alpha, his Minnesota Trauma Recovery Institute, and Lifer Group.
Lifer Group, yes. Yep. And that, yeah. Yes. All right. There's a motion and a second. We have some clarity about at least some of the conditions. We'll work further on that from an HRU standpoint for parole. We'd be looking at parole being granted with 90 days or less upon the approval of by the agent of the release plan and all that being put in place. With that, to the motion, Board Member Bray.
Yes.
Board Member Larson.
No.
Board Member Bramstedt.
Yes.
And Schnell votes yes. And a vote of 3-1, a motion prevails. Mr. Sullivan, you will be paroled in 90 days or less based upon the approval of your agent plan. We wish you the best. We expect the best from you. and are confident that you will continue to move forward in doing that. All right?
Thank you.
You bet. Good luck to you. Thank you, Cynthia. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
All right. Take care.
Thank you. Bye.
John is going to bring Faribault on right away.
Thank you.
He's not a file.
He's just so the board continued this case to get a little additional information about if he were paroled, what level of care in the community would he need?
Are you talking about this gentleman?
Yes.
Yeah, that'll come coming up.
No, we're looking right now at parole on the first charge, right? But it would go to the second charge.
He would. Yeah. 8 months or whatever of his. Yeah.
He's consecutive.
Yeah. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Mr. Johnson, can you hear us?
Yeah, we're trying to work on the video part of it,
Okay.
but we can definitely hear you.
Are you looking to see if you can see us?
Yep.
All right. Let me know when you're ready, please.
Will do. We got you, Becky.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Director of Hearings and Release and the Supervised Release Board. We're here today to review Carl Richard Johnson, who is present by live stream video at the Minnesota Department of Corrections in Faribault. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with board members Chris Bray, member Cheryl Ramstead, and member Andrew Larson. Our records indicate that on March 3rd of 1986, in the city of Duluth, Minnesota, St. Louis County, while committing robbery, Carl Johnson stabbed and killed a 73-year-old victim, Harold Raymond Booth. The incident occurred on the sidewalk in Duluth after Johnson had been drinking. On October 7th of 1986, Carl Richard Johnson was sentenced to life imprisonment by St. Louis County District Court after having been found guilty of first-degree murder. Mr. Johnson also has a consecutive sentence yet to serve for 1 year and 1 day for assault, 4th degree. Mr. Johnson has previously been reviewed by the Commissioner of Corrections and Advisory Panel 9 times. His initial 27-year review was held on March 9th of 2000, and his most recent review was held on August 27th of 2024. At that review, he was continued for 4 months. Today's review by the board represents Mr. Johnson's 10th review after serving approximately 39 years of incarceration. Mr. Johnson's minimum parole eligibility date occurred on March 2nd of 2003. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board.
So just to, good afternoon, Mr. Johnson. Just to lay some context here, we had seen Mr. Johnson. I think the conversation at that point in time was, what options are there for him, given some of the medical issues and so forth, and what would or could a parole release look like. Now, again, we have that year and a day sentence, which would be roughly 8 months. But in order for release planners to really begin to do much in terms of looking for a community-based site, I think there was some information in the file from release planners about what that could look like. I think there's little they can do until he has a clearer release date. Mr. Johnson, just a quick question for you. What's your understanding of what the release planners have indicated? Have they talked to you about like what placement options there might be?
No, sir. No.
I know that they have had some conversations just about they believe that based upon your medical status, you'd be able to be placed in a facility where there would be because you are able to do a lot of your own self-cares, but where you would be able to access some supports as needed. Does that make sense to you? What level of care do you think you need?
Well, I don't know. I don't know how to answer it.
Do you feel like if you had, Mr. Johnson, do you feel like if you were in a place where, that people were checking in on you on a somewhat regular basis, that you'd be able to manage your day to day?
Yes. Yes.
And you do that at some level today, right?
Yes, I do.
Describe for us what you do on a day-to-day basis to provide for your own care.
Well, I'm able to shower myself and well, now that I'm in Maple, when I was in Linen, I was doing like my own laundry related type of thing. In the room I was in, I'd be able to make my bed myself, those kind of things.
Yep.
If that's what you're trying to.
Are your medications KLP? Keep on person?
No, I go over to the clinic now, but like in Linden, I was going to the window. To the nurse's window because there's nurse's station there.
Okay. How do you feel about the possibility of release to a community site?
Good.
What are you most excited about?
Finding that I have a physically chance of being out in society, and I want to have the chance to give back to a community. I'm capable of a job. Like for example, I had a janitor job when I was in Linden. So something that would fit in along with my health issue. I also have scoliosis, so along with having epilepsy. But the reason I'm using the wheelchair, they don't want me to. When I say they, health services, it's Miss Armstead that specifically said that I was given a pusher, like when I came over here.
Yep. They don't want you to fall down, right?
Fall, because combined having the seizures and my spine disease, it's awfully painful. So many words.
Yeah.
Even though I'm able to walk in the unit, I have what is called a rollator.
Yep.
So it's just long distance that I'm having to use the wheelchair.
Okay.
And sometimes it's honestly, sometimes it's difficult to walk in the unit like that because of my back being so painful at times.
Yeah.
Quite often.
Yeah.
With no exaggeration, even though as I'm sitting there, my back is in pain. I had 2 surgeries in 2010 related to it.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
And again, this is just for record purposes, but I think, Becky had alluded to it. You had a life sentence, and that a life sentence was, at the time, it was imposed a 17-year minimum.
Right.
And so,
yes.
You were eligible since 2003. Anyone else have questions for Mr. Johnson?
Well, I do, but it might be more of a discussion. Mr. Johnson, do you work? I can't remember. I was looking back. Do you have a job?
Right now I do not, but like I said, in Linden I had a janitor job. So I'm a, what do they call, it's called TU, temporary unassigned.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. I'm going to close the discussion, and so the board can have a conversation about next steps for Mr. Johnson.
I move he be paroled on his life sentence and begin serving his consecutive sentence with the understanding that the planning will continue to take place so that you'll have a
Could you speak up?
location.
Sorry, I can't hear. I got to be able to hear it too.
So I'll repeat back. So just granting parole to his consecutive year-to-day sentence, so that planning can commence on release options.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, sorry. I was just going to ask for clarification. So, and I understand the rationale for this. If there is not just kind of playing the what if game, if there is not a location that could be identified for his release, is there any recourse then? In turn, like there's no revoking of the parole and the life sentence. I'm just trying to play out the worst case scenario thing in my head.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you understand the question?
Yeah.
I'll explain what I think you're asking. So once he is paroled, what's suggested is that he gets paroled on his life sentence and begins serving his determinant. So that is a constructive parole. He will then have the expectation to abide by the rules of parole while he's serving his determinant sentence. So could he be revoked? He could. He could be rescinded. He could be revoked. Once his confinement release date hits, if he has been fine and done well on parole for the life sentence, he would then need to be released. But the conditions of his release would require intensive supervised release. So we would want to assure he has a safe and secure residence, a viable residence.
So I think your answer is he could be brought back pending a suitable release address.
Okay, that was my number one question, because I recognize the complexity of this. So no, I appreciate the clarification.
And if this vote would go through, medical release planners would have a solidified release date to work with. Therefore, they can apply to get him into specific locations because he has a set date.
Yep, nope, makes sense.
Okay, to the motion, Board Member Bray.
Yes.
Board Member Larson.
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead.
Yes.
And Schnell votes yes. 4 ayes, no nays. The motion prevails. Mr. Johnson, you are granted parole effective today, and you will be starting your determinant sentence, I believe, tomorrow. And release planners will begin the process of working with you on finding a suitable location for release. Any questions?
No.
Okay.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. We look forward to seeing what your plan is, what the plan is, but congratulations on your parole.
Thank you.
All right, you bet. Take
Good
care.
luck to you.
All right.
Thank you.
Moving then just to the other items on our agenda. We saw that there was, we have on the new business side, some available dates here, and this would be meeting for us to meet with both DOC psychology team just to talk about things that questions we may have about that. There is several 4-hour blocks, and then also a meeting with the group that we talked about last time who had submitted some of those recommendations to us. And then just for us to maybe talk some more about different things that we might find as a board that would be useful. We have an aggressive agenda that remains for 2025 as we try and work the backlog. And if there are things that, that Becky and I talked a little bit yesterday, if there are things that we want to perhaps modify, looking at these dates, we could have that further conversation at that January meeting. So I don't know if we want to, we have 2 members that are not here. So we have these dates. Can we do a doodle poll maybe or something like that?
I can, yep.
And just to see, and we'll pick a date from that and go from there if that makes sense. Out of the 4 that have been submitted, so Aubrey will get something out to us to check that. Okay, so new business is done. We have one action item, and that is to approve the November 13th, 2024 meeting minutes. Is there a motion to approve?
I move.
And a second.
Second.
Any corrections or additions? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? None. And so anybody sign up for public comment?
No.
No public comment. The next regular meeting of the Supervised Release Board is Friday, a little different date, January 10th from 11:15 to 4:30 here. And with that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
And meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone.